Restored Republic via GCR. Another fact no one seemed to know, for some time America had been functioning under an interim military law government headed by President Trump. And with Trump as a wartime president, as of May 2025 the country began the switch from maritime law to common law. On Wednesday 1st of October, the U.S. incorporated government shut down because Congress didn't pass a budget. Since then all but essential services were functioning inside the government. SCOTUS has no authority under a wartime president and as of the Wednesday 1st of October, closure of the privately run by foreign bankers U.S. Incorporated, had been defunded. As of this week SCOTUS had run out of money and was now only performing essential services. Something else Americans would want to know, the privately owned by foreign bankers Federal Reserve had until Friday 17th of October to pay back to the American people with gold/asset-backed currency, their over $38 trillion in debt. They failed to do such. Therefore, the U.S. incorporated government has been permanently closed. For years President Trump has warned that the fiat dollar was an instrument of globalist control. Trump has spent years uniting nations so they could reinstate gold/asset-backed currencies at a 1-to-1 to each other and thereby rescue sovereignty to the nations. That plan has necessitated destroying the Satan-worshipping central banking cartel and ending the Illuminati's IMF, BIS and World Economic Forum's counterfeit financing. It involved resurrecting sound money around the world so as to rebuild economies founded in concepts of the original Constitution, sovereign nations that functioned under God. Quantum satellites of the new Starlink satellite system have aligned above every continent to link gold accounts inside a new quantum financial system. The plan also involved investigating, charging, arresting, holding military tribunals and carrying out sentences on untold thousands of global elites involved. On May 16, 2025 Trump signed GCR into law, marking the beginning of the greatest financial and political shift in modern history. Mass arrests are happening, the IRS is gone, Federal Reserve collapsing and the quantum financial system is online. In a classified briefing, Trump told his closest advisors, "The people are ready. The world is ready. The financial stranglehold is over. We are taking back what is ours. The greatest wealth transfer in history is about to begin." Deep state corrupt financial system, crumbling, their Federal Reserve, collapsing. IRS shut down, IMF and World Bank, scrambling, thousands of political and global elites were either being arrested, or in hiding, knowing their time was up. Expect full mass media blackout, Gitmo tribunal footage, global bank asset seizures, NISR/GCR activation including global currency reset finalization and quantum voting worldwide. According to Kash Patel on Telegram on Sunday 19th of October, 2025, the countdown has begun. Internal signals have been sent through the quantum grid. All regional command centers are synced. The EBS is not a drill. It is a controlled global reset sequence. Final tests were being run across satellite bands and multiple government servers have entered silent mode. That only happens before a full broadcast switch. The exact timestamp has been transmitted to select nodes. The public will not hear the alert until the moment it triggers. When you see the first screen blackout, you have minutes, not hours. Every channel will turn into one feed, no ads, no interruptions, just truth. According to Mr. Poole on Telegram, the EBS emergency broadcast system starts next Tuesday, October 21, 2025. People should prepare on Monday 20th of October by stocking up on food, water, medications and essential supplies. This will be a global event, complete media, internet and bank shutdowns are expected. Take your money out of the bank and be ready. More intel from Mr. Poole, EBS emergency broadcast system starts in 4 days, next Tuesday October 21, 2025. People should prepare on Monday October 20th. On Friday August 31, 2025 Restored Republic The Cardin Group received notice from a valid source notified by U.S. military active duty who asked that people prepare for 10 days of darkness within the next 24 to 48 hours. There will be 10 days of darkness where there will be shutdowns. The emergency broadcast system, EBS, will send out alerts. Banks will be closed, ATMs will not work, nor will debit/credit cards. We will need to have a minimum of 3 weeks of food, water. There will be 24/7 education for the people airing 8 hours/reruns 3 times per day. The government will be shut down and replaced. Sunday 19th of October. 2025. The system is arming itself, Mr. Poole on Telegram. At 0300 hours several government servers switch to isolated quantum mode. That only happens when broadcast files are being loaded directly into the network core. Multiple military flights have been detected circling above strategic communication hubs. Their signals match the same frequencies used during EBS tests earlier this year. Insiders report that all civilian media feeds are now under watch status. The final security protocol has been initiated, codename Mirror Phase. When this executes, every screen will show the same message. If you hear 3 short alerts followed by 1 long, it's the confirmation sequence. That sound means the transition is active and there is no going back. B. The EBS, the moment we've been waiting for, Mr. Poole. U.S. military alert, all military forces worldwide are preparing to suspend all media, internet, phone, and TV services. Emergency services will stay active, but everything else is about to go dark. During this time, no internet, no ATMs, and phones only working for 911 calls. This is the global martial law we've been talking about, and it comes with a 10-day communication blackout. The emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide. Non-stop, 24/7, 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests, will play 3 times a day. The truth will be unleashed. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, and commerce. Gone. A new age is coming. On May 16, 2025, Trump signed JSR into law, marking the beginning of the greatest financial and political shift in modern history. Twos. October 14, 2025, Space Force confirmed that overnight they activated Project Odin, a network grid of satellites that covered all continents designed to replace the entire internet infrastructure owned by private corporations. All military forces worldwide were prepared to suspend all media, internet, phone, and TV services. Emergency services would stay active. Saturday 18th of October. 2025. Watch closely. The next 48 hours will live in your memory far longer than any headline ever will, Mr. Poole. When the switch was turned on there would be a worldwide 10-day communication blackout. Non-stop, 24/7, 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests, will play 3 times a day. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, and commerce will be replaced. D. What we think we know as of Monday, October 20, 2025: Military forces to suspend in a 10-day worldwide communication blackout, all media, internet, phone, ATMs and TV use, except for emergency services and 911 calls, all for your protection during mass arrests of Satan-worshipping, treasonous global elites. 8-hour documentaries exposing secrets of the elite, fraud, corruption, pedophilia, treason, will play over TV, radio and internet non-stop, 24/7. After the 10 days everyone across the globe will be able to connect to a new quantum internet that also handles your secure banking and transparent voting. Fair and honest new systems of finance, education, health, and commerce will be installed, including new sovereign governments across the world based on common law and the original concepts of the Constitution. A Gitmo military tribunal found former Secretary of the Army Ryan McCarthy guilty of treason against the Republic. JAG investigators uncovered his coordination with Nancy Pelosi to block National Guard units from intercepting Antifa operatives and deep state agents during the chaos of January 6. Sunday 19th of October. 2025, LA declares state of emergency after Trump's ICE raids expose tunnels, safe houses, and foreign-backed trafficking hubs hidden inside sanctuary programs. In this exclusive last dispensation interview, Tim Ballard speaks directly from a Syria safe house during his humanitarian mission to rescue Christian and Druze children from ISIS butchers. Tim Ballard speaks from Syria safe house, bullets flying truth about testimony in the church. For more information see #am of this update. According to a DOJ investigation led by FBI Director Kash Patel, the January 6 insurrection was led by Nancy Pelosi. Pelosi's legislative committee reviewing the happenings destroyed evidence, deleted interviews, and withheld communications. January 6 truly was not an uprising of citizens, but an operation of deception. The same agencies that claimed to be caught off guard had prior intel from the FBI, DHS, and military command weeks before. The so-called insurrection was a staged event designed to brand patriots as domestic terrorists, justify new surveillance powers, and crush the MAGA movement before Trump's return. As of October 13, 2025, the United States under President Trump's direct command has sealed the Venezuelan coast with warships, surveillance craft, and Q-linked operations. The cover story says cartel crackdown. Global currency reset: Friday, October 17, 2025. Texas Snake, a banker, is very positive that we are right on the verge of receiving notification. His exchange staff is on alert to man the 800 appointment numbers to schedule our meetings. I am receiving information that the exchange centers will begin scheduling appointments possibly by this weekend but no later than Tuesday, October 21st. Thank you, Father God. 14th of October. Majid, the Bank of Nigeria, will migrate to the new financial system by October 31, 2025. Wednesday, 15th of October. Wolverine, hi guys, it is 1 a.m. here in Sydney and I like to tell you that I'm overwhelmed with emotions that soon this will be all over. Please believe me that this definitely coming. I'm not here to give you hopium and play with your emotions. Please stay in faith and stay close to God. I love you all with all my heart. Your friend, Wolverine. Friday, October 17, 2025, police light emoji, breaking, Iraqi dinar just appeared on Bloomberg and Reuters, RV in motion, collision emoji, global markets react. Saturday, 18th of October, 2025, Intel report, Tier 1 to 5 structure exposed, the invisible engine behind the global currency reset. Sunday, 19th of October, 2025, boom. U.S. debt clock declares war on central banking slavery, reclaiming the money power, Abraham Lincoln's final warning comes alive. Sunday, 19th of October, 2025, breaking news, Ultimate QFS Security Guide, protect your account with quantum encryption, biometric verification, UBI insights, age policies and more. Friday, October 17, 2025, Intel report, Tier 4B activated, the global currency reset begins, Mr. Poole. The signal has been sent. Tier 4B is live. The whispers now are execution, codes entered. Systems online. October 21, 2025 is set to be the first controlled public unlock of the QFS interface, Trump War Room on Telegram. This will happen quietly, in waves, no flashy headlines, no public countdowns. What to expect: A secure message containing your personal QFS credentials. Biometric onboarding through the encrypted app gateway. Access to your personal quantum ledger, balances, adjustments, and asset grants. Rollout notes. The system will prioritize verified participants with active financial or humanitarian profiles. You may see pending validation besides certain assets. This is part of the syncing process. Behind the curtain: quantum ledger synchronizations are already live across dozens of nations, from Switzerland to Singapore. The transition is no longer theoretical, it's operational. If October 20th was the final systems go, then October 21st is the first open door. Restored Republic, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Yes, from what I read, those long-awaited for mass arrests have already begun. High-profile bankers, CEOs and corrupt politicians were being rounded up and facing military tribunals. Their greed had made the world's top economies insolvent. The US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, UK, Taiwan, Australia and New Zealand could no longer sustain their debt any longer. Since 1913 the deep state global elites had stolen the US taxpayer dollars, hoarded the wealth, while rigging banking, stock markets and tax structures to enslave the masses. U.S. taxpayer dollars were money laundered through the deep state cabal's privately owned Federal Reserve, IRS, various privately owned U.S. incorporated federal agencies/corporations, foreign entities and back into corrupt politician pockets to keep the scam alive. By 2008 the deep state cabal had finalized their bankruptcy. They couldn't even pay interest to Chinese elders on gold borrowed to set up the U.S. incorporated financial system. As a result of the fiat dollar causing disasters in international trade, a BRICS alliance, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, formed. The BRICS nations declared that they weren't going to put up with the corrupt fiat US dollar system anymore. BRICS took control and began to evaluate the worth of each nation's gold and natural resources, the beginning of a global currency reset, the largest transfer of wealth in world history. Saturday 18th of October, 2025, breaking overnight intel drop, code red, Supreme Court shutdown, $4,300 gold, Trump freezes Ukraine arms, National Guard stands by, no King's uprising spreads, Julian Assange on Telegram. Trump dismantles globalist weapons deals. The Supreme Court goes dark. Gold erupts to $4,300. Protests flood the streets. The system is cracking. America First isn't a slogan anymore, it's the battlefield. The government bleeds out. The federal shutdown is total. It's not dysfunction, it's exposure. Small black square emoji. The National Nuclear Security Administration has furloughed 80% of staff, leaving nuclear safety crippled. Small black square emoji. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers froze $11 billion in funding, infrastructure halted, small black square emoji. The Department of Education axed 460+ staff, programs collapsing while elites collect pensions. This isn't mismanagement. It's deliberate implosion. Trump's hammer drops no more missiles for Zelensky. No blank checks for war profiteers. The Ukraine pipeline is frozen. Trump cuts the deep state's favorite lifeline, ending its foreign cash flow. Talks of a Trump-Putin summit triggered panic across intelligence networks. When men lead without handlers, empires fall. Supreme Court, system failure, operational funding gone. Clerks furloughed. Access denied. The highest court just shut down. When the judiciary collapses, only one branch stands, the executive. And Trump holds that command. The Guard awaits orders. Trump has quietly activated the National Guard in multiple states. The media screams overreach. Reality calls it preemptive control. Order must exist, even when government fails. The gold signal. Gold blasting past $4,300 isn't finance, it's flight. Tangible value returns. Exactly as Trump forecasted. The people are escaping the paper matrix. The No Kings operation overnight. Protests erupted in 2,700 cities. The slogan, No Kings. The target, Trump. The sponsor, Soros. But this is no uprising, it's orchestration. Same networks. Same money. Same fear. They're not revolting for freedom. They're panicking over lost control. The Obama shadow. Biden's ghost administration continues, but control belongs to Obama's operatives. A coup already happened, Trump's reversal is the counterstrike. The 5 pillars fall, black check mark emoji, judiciary crippled, black check mark emoji, legislature paralyzed, black check mark emoji, economy and gold flight, black check mark emoji, civil unrest unleashed, black check mark emoji, executive ascendant. This isn't collapse, it's cleansing. Trump's storm is precision. The deep state's pillars are cracking under truth's weight. The final strike. Power is shifting. The swamp screams. The patriots rise. The reckoning isn't coming, it's here. 18th of October, 2025, Republican senator reveals No Kings rallies sponsored by Communist Party USA. Sunday 19th of October, 2025, Democrats just voted for the 10th time to keep the government shut down. All for free healthcare for illegal aliens. President Trump is ensuring our troops get paid. The contrast couldn't be clearer. President Trump, the shutdown continues. The Republican Party is not going to pay $1.5 trillion to illegal immigrants coming into our country. Saturday 18th of October, 2025, Regal decay exposed. Prince Andrew stripped of titles after new Epstein leaks. The final exile of Duke of York. Sunday 19th of October, 2025, Netanyahu is a war criminal. He knew the October 7th and wanted it to happen to exploit and commit a genocide. Candace Owen. Saturday 18th of October, 2025, happening now. President Trump nuked Colombia. President Petro, Colombia's drug regime exposed, payments terminated immediately, No more payments. Saturday 18th of October. 2025, the Communist Party USA was an official sponsor of the No Kings Day protest October 18th, they're on the flyer. Indivisible is also sponsoring it, that's funded by George Soros. The last No Kings Day protest, James O'Keefe exposed Communist People's Republic paying people to protest and collecting names to recruit for protesting. The last No Kings Day protest was also funded by Indivisible, paid for by George Soros. Notice a pattern here. Saturday 18th of October. 2025, Trump makes late-night decision, Democrats are blindsided. Saturday 18th of October. 2025, Gavin Newsom gave his close family friends $500,000 from the Pacific Palisades Fire Aid relief money. Spencer Pratt. Let's talk about the John Paul Getty Trust. The Getty Trust received $500,000 from Fire Aid money for its LA Arts Community Fire Relief Fund under the category Musicians and Artists. I'm not sure why the Getty Trust needed any Fire Aid money since their most recent IRS form declared a revenue of over $370 billion in 2023 and assets totaling $12.3 billion. The trust president and CEO, one person, received a salary of $3.7 million. So what exactly did the Getty Trust need $500,000 of Fire Aid money for? Well, I guess it's just a little petty cash to exchange amongst friends because, as you may recall, the Newsoms and the Getty families have been socially intertwined for generations. Getty family members donated over $500,000 to Newsom's campaigns from his 1990s San Francisco supervisor run through his 2018 gubernatorial victory, for example, bundled contributions via family trusts. This does not include the public J. Paul Getty Trust. The Getty family's support has extended to Newsom's political rise, with shared social circles including figures like Nancy Pelosi and Jerry Brown. Gordon Getty invested in all 11 of Newsom's early ventures, holding lead stakes. A Getty family trust paid Newsom directly for investment consulting in the early 1990s. Gordon and Ann Getty provided undocumented gifts and low-interest loans for Newsom's home purchases, including real estate in San Francisco. Gavin Newsom paying his lifelong friends with Fire Aid money. Saturday 18th of October. 2025, breaking news, Steve Bannon warns, civil war is coming, America has crossed the point of no return. Friday 17th of October. Pritzker and Johnson, did you approve stealing money from the taxpayer to give to the NGOs who are not serving the people as intended? Chicago caught laundering $1 billion through NGOs. Funds that were normally set aside for seniors, people with disabilities, and single mothers is now being funneled to illegals and LGBTQ programs that serve political agendas, not necessary needs. Belanfon X, Pritzker and Johnson, did you approve stealing money from the taxpayer to give to the NGOs who are not serving the people as intended? Chicago caught laundering $1 billion through NGOs. Funds that were normally set aside for seniors, people with disabilities. Saturday 18th of October. 2025, breaking overnight intel drop, the Republic under direct attack, No Kings protests erupt nationwide, SCOTUS emergency powers, federal government in meltdown, economic sabotage widespread, intel drop. Sunday 19th of October. 2025, Red Line mission, Supreme Court chaos, all hell breaks loose over voting power shift, Ketanji Jackson explodes, race politics implode, and the Republic awakens. Sunday 19th of October. 2025, Ted Cruz bombshell, George Soros is writing the checks financing some of the groups behind No Kings, as well as previous political violence in our cities. It's the entire system that has to go, death to America. Many are now pointing to calls that have been made by Muslims to take down America, saying their people are willing to fight and give their lives to bring America down. 40,000 Muslims packed the streets in Dearborn, Michigan for a religious Aberdeen march, raising red flags on the increasing Islamic influence in America. Sunday 19th of October. 2025, there is the Islamic takeover of America. You can take a map of Los Angeles, California and Texas to view all the Muslim mosques and Islam centers. Islam commands taking over governments and implementing Sharia law. We must stop allowing this to spread in America. Aldamu_Joe at Erlandara. El Zoran Mamdani is a Trojan horse for Obama and the Islamic takeover of America. Great GPS tracking information, Zoran Mamdani, appears to have been at Barack Obama's place in Washington, D.C. twice in just 6 weeks. Who else was there? Leaders of the Muslim Brotherhood. And if you don't know who they are, you might want to study up on their history. They've been outlawed in Egypt, Syria, Russia, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, Jordan, and, Austria under their anti-terrorism laws. So yeah, just those guys and what appears to be a couple of Iranian operatives, both who are linked to Majid Farahani because they met with him in Venezuela last summer. So sure, this is going to go great for New York City about the way it's gone for the US since Obama was president, but on steroids. Zoran Mamdani now has a 90% chance of winning New York mayor election. Charlie Kirk said the left would use Islam to bring down America. This is exactly what they are doing. Tim Ballard speaks from a Syria safe house, bullets flying, truth about testimony and the church. Tim Ballard speaks from Syria safe house, bullets flying, truth about testimony in the church. Tim Ballard Foundation, anti-trafficking rescuing organization. In this exclusive Last Dispensation interview, Tim Ballard speaks directly from a Syria safe house during his humanitarian mission to rescue Christian and Druze children from ISIS butchers. Tim Ballard speaks from Syria safe house, bullets flying, truth about testimony in the church. Broadcasting at 2 a.m. with bullets flying in the background, Tim delivers his most important message yet, addressing the Julie Green podcast controversy and clarifying his unwavering testimony of Jesus Christ and the restored gospel. What you'll learn: Tim Ballard sets the record straight about his testimony and relationship with the LDS Church, revealing shocking details about the coordinated attack against him that began September 15, 2023. This powerful interview exposes how a controversial church statement from Doug Anderson, LDS Church PR director, has been weaponized by traffickers and terrorists, threatening rescue missions across the globe from Syria to Argentina. Connect with Tim Ballard, Linktree, Tim's link, Instagram, Tim Ballard 89 Hidden War documentary, November 14 theatrical release. Over $62,000 in cash, digital evidence, and business records were seized in the crackdown. Saturday 19 October, 2025. Code Black, National Guard blocked, Chicago trafficking network exposed, military standoff underway. President Trump's latest order to deploy National Guard forces into Chicago has ignited the most direct confrontation yet between the restored republic and the deep state judiciary. The mission to dismantle long-standing trafficking tunnels and cartel-protected infrastructure was halted by a last-minute judicial block from within the Supreme Court and Illinois courts. The battle behind the bench on October 17, Justice Amy Coney Barrett refused to immediately lift the restraining order on Trump's deployment, delaying federal troops for 72 hours. That window perfectly aligned with Army intelligence intercepts showing scheduled asset extractions and data purges across Cook County's underground networks. These were not coincidences, they were synchronized evacuations of personnel, files, and trafficked individuals. The Illinois judge behind the block, April Perry, is directly tied to NGO networks previously connected to international relief organizations now under investigation for laundering operations and human transport programs disguised as refugee processing. Chicago remains one of the largest trafficking nodes in North America, the one place they cannot afford to lose. The true purpose of troop deployment. Trump's National Guard mobilization was not about riot control. It was a counter-operation under federal military authority to protect ICE and federal task forces that had been repeatedly targeted by cartel militias and foreign-funded domestic agitators. For months, Antifa cells across Illinois have been receiving encrypted payments from European and Ukrainian crypto wallets routed through aid initiatives. They are no longer activists, they are paramilitary proxies. The court's refusal to acknowledge a rebellion is strategic. The moment that word is recognized legally, Trump's full military powers become active. The network inside Chicago. Since 2022, intelligence units have identified multiple subterranean hubs under the South Loop and Bronzeville areas. These illegal data centers were used to erase financial trails, alter voter databases, and reroute surveillance feeds. The National Guard's mission included seizing these underground command nodes before they could be evacuated. Once Barrett delayed the order, satellite tracking confirmed mass movement through the corridor connecting Chicago, Buffalo, and Toronto. It is an old Cold War route reactivated during the Obama era under DHS emergency powers. Judges, banks and escape corridors. Two appellate judges who upheld the block, including Ilana Rovner, have long-standing financial links to Chicago law firms that managed sealed CPS records and NGO shell accounts. Forensic tracing has connected these firms to the World Bank's Migration Advisory Group, now under scrutiny for financing mobility corridors across the U.S. for unvetted foreign nationals. Military intelligence confirms that encrypted communications between certain judicial offices and these same groups have been detected through QVS, quantum verification systems, monitoring, the classified network routing recently reactivated by Trump's command authority. Insiders gone dark. On October 16, 3 Illinois State Police agents assisting federal units vanished while tracking unlisted cargo moving through Chicago rail yards toward the Canadian border. Their last transmissions referenced sealed containers with biometric tags, believed to contain human cargo. The countdown to Monday. The Supreme Court has until Monday to respond to Trump's filing. If the block stands, sources confirm the military will invoke emergency continuity protocols, bypassing civilian interference under national security directives. Trump has the evidence. The military has the map. The countdown is active. Saturday 18th of October, 2025 at 12:01 a.m. on Wednesday, October 1st, the Democrats triggered a government shutdown to block Trump's final move. Their goal, restart the flow of laundered taxpayer money into their own pockets, funds Trump had already cut off, Mr. Poole. But the shutdown backfired. It wasn't America that went dark, it was the private corporation U.S. Incorporated collapsing with its worthless fiat dollar. This opened the path for Trump's declaration of sovereignty under common law. That same day, Trump and the BRICS alliance flipped the global switch, activating the quantum financial system. The QFS, fully gold asset-backed, began processing secure SHI transactions for Tier 3 humanitarian programs, military veterans, and verified patriots. Meanwhile, the emergency broadcast system was fully wired and ready. Both networks were synchronized, prepared for instant global activation. The shutdown was no accident. It was a forced reset. Behind the scenes, Trump's global military alliance executed coordinated operations to dismantle centuries-old power structures. Specialized aircraft swept major cities for unregistered CIA frequency networks tied to mass surveillance and mind control. Their targets. The same elite satanic networks preparing for Halloween, the high ritual days of October 30th to 31st, known among them as Satan's birthday. Intelligence reports indicated organized covens, offerings for power and wealth. This is not just Venezuela. It's one note of a worldwide cleanup. Trump's command is erasing the elite's southern network, the same system that funneled money, data, and bodies through fake humanitarian corridors for decades. NATO's grip is broken. Offshore accounts are compromised. Their underground empire is bleeding out. Recent attempts to disable QFS satellites tracking elite data flows failed. A retaliatory strike leveled the enemy's Venezuelan uplink base. Intelligence recovered from that site links directly to ex-CIA contractors, European royals, and Silicon Valley executives. What they were building wasn't just trafficking infrastructure, it was behavioral control software, using chemical exposure and AI-driven emotional triggers. Trump's legal move labeling cartels as terrorists gave the military global authority to act. Every vessel taken, every training op executed as live combat is now lawful under internal defense. No press. No headlines. Just silent victories. The Caribbean is locked. Venezuela is collapsing. And the world's last elite trafficking route is being erased from the map. October 13, 2025. The storm has made landfall. Sunday 19th of October. 2025 alert, Operation Pelosi cover-up. January 6 sabotage exposed. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. The chief of Capitol Police has confirmed it. Nancy Pelosi personally blocked the National Guard for over 70 minutes as America burned. The so-called insurrection was never spontaneous. It was engineered. The denial order. Stephen Son, chief of Capitol Police, begged for backup for days before January 6. Every request hit the same wall, Pelosi's office and her sergeant-at-arms, Paul Irving. Their reason? Bad optics. Middle dot at 9:24 a.m. on January 3, Sund issued his first warning. By 2:08 p.m. on January 6, the authorization finally came, after the chaos was unleashed. 74 minutes of silence. 74 minutes of delay. 74 minutes of deliberate sabotage. Middle dot the chain of denial. Paul Irving, Michael Stenger, Nancy Pelosi. Each one blocked, stalled, or ignored the call for help. Over a dozen denials between January 3 and January 6 are now documented. This wasn't miscommunication. It was control. A chokehold on the chain of command. Middle dot we don't like the optics. Those 5 words sealed the Capitol's fate. Pelosi's team chose politics over protection. They knew what was coming. They had the intel. They let it happen because the chaos was part of the plan. The timeline they tried to bury. January 3, 9:24 a.m. Request number 1 denied. January 3, 11:53 a.m. Senate agrees denied. January 6, 12:58 p.m. Run-up to Pelosi denied. January 6, 1:28 p.m. Waiting for Pelosi denied. January 6, 1:45 p.m. Coming soon still denied. January 6, 2:08 p.m. Finally approved, after the breach. Middle dot the truth they feared. Trump approved the guard days in advance. Pelosi's office refused to deploy them. The media blamed Trump while she pulled the plug and built the narrative she needed, a staged insurrection to justify a permanent security state. Middle dot the whistleblower Sund documented every denial, every order, every name. He wasn't unprepared, he was blocked. The Capitol Police were left defenseless by design. Middle dot the verdict the guard was requested. The guard was ready. The guard was blocked. This was not failure. It was premeditated obstruction at the highest level. Pelosi let it happen. Then she hid behind the chaos she created. Middle dot Nancy Pelosi knew. Nancy Pelosi stalled. Nancy Pelosi denied. January 6 was not a riot, it was a trap. And history will remember her not as a defender of democracy, but as the architect of betrayal. ZB. Saturday 18 October. 2025 California pastor says voters must vote no on Gavin Newsom's Prop 50 redistricting. Mr. Poole Middle dot there are 54 seats, right, 43 are Democrat and only 9 are Republican. What has that gotten us? Number 1 in homelessness, number 1 in poverty, number 1 in addiction, number 1 in income tax, number 1 in gas tax, number 1 in gas prices everywhere, number 1 in budget deficit, number 1 in retail theft, number 1 in illiteracy. Middle dot friends, it's time to start using our heads when we vote. Look at where voting with our hearts has gotten us. I want our beloved state to be number 1, but not like that. So do I vote to add more Democratic seats for no other reason than a response to what's happening in some other state? Nah. Look at what 80% Democratic representation has gotten us. I'm voting. Educate yourself, friends. ZC. Thursday, October 16, 2025. Caught on camera. Pelosi loses control after being confronted about January 6 cover-up. Middle dot Nancy Pelosi just cracked. On October 15, 2025, outside the Capitol, reporter Allison Steinberg from Lindell TV asked a single forbidden question: why did you refuse the National Guard on January 6? Pelosi's reaction was instant: rage, denial, and panic. She screamed "shut up," while pointing in Steinberg's face, calling her a mouthpiece for Republican lies. But what broke her composure wasn't the question itself, it was the truth behind it finally surfacing. Middle dot for years, Pelosi has buried footage showing her admitting full responsibility for the Capitol breach. In June 2024, video from January 6 emerged with Pelosi's own words: "I take responsibility." That moment, caught on camera, obliterates the narrative built to frame Trump. The facts are now undeniable. Trump authorized the National Guard days before the rally. Pelosi and D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser refused. Capitol Police Chief Steve Sund confirmed he begged for reinforcements but was denied multiple times. The Pentagon, under Mark Milley, delayed deployment until the damage was done, exactly as planned. Middle dot this wasn't chaos. It was choreography. The same agencies that claimed to be caught off guard had prior intel from the FBI, DHS, and military command weeks before. The so-called insurrection was a staged event designed to brand patriots as domestic terrorists, justify new surveillance powers, and crush the MAGA movement before Trump's return. Middle. Pelosi's committee destroyed evidence, deleted interviews, and withheld communications. Yet fragments of truth keep leaking: Trump's authorization orders, intelligence warnings, and suppressed testimony now paint one picture: this was an inside job. Even Senate reports now quietly admit Pelosi's oversight failures were catastrophic, surpassing anything attributed to Trump. Middle. When Steinberg confronted her, Pelosi didn't see a reporter, she saw exposure. Her anger was the sound of a crumbling empire. And as Trump reclaims power in 2025, the cover-up is unraveling in real time. The world now sees what January 6 truly was: not an uprising of citizens, but an operation of deception. Middle. The real insurrection wasn't led by the crowd outside the Capitol. It was led by the woman who locked the gates and lit the fuse. ZD. Thursday, October 16, 2025, Operation Black Vault active, Ezra Cohen on Telegram. Middle. While the world argues over politics, a secret ledger transfer was executed last night, moving trillions from hidden shell accounts into a military-secured QFS node. The move was silent but complete, and IT left digital footprints that could not be erased. Middle. Cyber forces have revealed a network of deepfake operators linked directly to media executives and campaign managers. These AI layers were used to substitute live messages with scripted responses during key broadcasts. The raw feeds have been recovered and are now part of a sealed case file. Middle. A new batch of digital ID tokens was minted and flagged as trusted access 3 hours before the transfer. These tokens automatically grant or revoke financial permissions when matched to a biometric wallet. A small group of accounts were upgraded to immediate disbursement status without public notice. Middle. Space Force relays picked up encrypted channels routed through private satellites over major financial hubs. Those channels carried authorization keys and arrest manifests. They were broadcast to local military units. WHO moved on targets before a single newspaper could print. Middle. Emergency broadcast tests have been reappropriated as timing pings. 3 short alerts followed by a long tone as the signal for local units to execute containment protocols. Those pings are now being monitored globally and matched to warrants on the new ledger. Middle. The true purpose of the shutdown is clear now: it was cover for a systemic reclaiming of assets, evidence and infrastructure. The cabal's hidden money chains were cut at the root and the keys were placed into a new, publicly auditable framework. Middle. What you will see next is not a theory, it is the public unsealing of networks and names that have been protected for decades. Z. Sunday, 19th of October, 2025. JAG hangs another traitor, Patriot Survival Network. Middle. The storm at Gitmo has not slowed. On October 15, the U.S. Navy Judge Advocate General's Court carried out another high-level execution. Former Secretary of the Army Ryan McCarthy, found guilty of treason against the Republic. Middle. McCarthy's downfall began when JAG investigators uncovered his coordination with Nancy Pelosi to block National Guard units from intercepting Antifa operatives and deep state agents during the chaos of January 6. Middle. He was arrested in early September by Army CID and flown under guard to Guantanamo Bay, where his tribunal descended into chaos. Middle. Rear Admiral Jonathan Stevens presided. McCarthy's rage and outbursts forced the admiral to dismiss the jury and rule directly from the bench, a rare and final measure. The verdict: guilty of treason, sabotage, and conspiracy. Sentence: death by hanging. Middle. At dawn, McCarthy was driven by Humvee to the execution yard. Witnesses described him still cursing Trump and screaming that the deep state will rise again. The guards bound his hands, forced him to the gallows, and placed the noose around his neck. Middle. Admiral Stevens, standing beside military brass, read the final orders, by authority of the Uniform Code of Military Justice, Articles 81 and 94, the sentence of death shall now be carried out. Middle. McCarthy's final words were venomous: "Fuck you and fuck Donald Trump." The admiral replied coldly, "That's 6. You lack originality." Seconds later, the trapdoor fell. The rope snapped tight. Silence replaced the noise. Middle. Another deep state name erased from the books. Another step toward justice. The tribunals continue. The gallows remain ready. And every whisper from Gitmo says this was only the beginning.
So it's very interesting to see all of the protests across the country. I just wanted to see how far this would go. So far, no violence. It's moving into the night. It's usually back when we had the George Floyd riots. It would start during the nighttime. So it remains to be seen what happens tonight. It's already, I think, probably, well, it's nighttime. It's almost 9 o'clock on the East Coast. It's 5:55 where I'm at right now on the West Coast. So when I say moronic Americans by the millions protest across multiple U.S. cities, will these cities see violence? Because we've talked about how American cities will, the Democrats basically will withdraw from pretty much the rest of society and move into the big cities. Which cities remains to be seen, but perhaps today we got a little taste of which cities, all right? Now, when I first saw this, I was like, gosh, Americans really don't like President Trump on a massive level. But it is, I don't think it's so much that. I think it's just they're extremely stupid or lacking in good judgment, and that's what a moron is. So I know some people will find offense with that, and it doesn't mean that everything in their lives are moronic or they're moronic about everything. It means they're moronic about this subject, right? They haven't done critical thinking. Maybe they're with groups that are just so anti-Trump, so Trump derangement syndrome that they can't see other things that are going on there around them that would lead them to understand that President Trump is actually good for America on many different levels and has been. So in that regard, I call them moronic, right? Because it's very obvious if you do any amount of critical thinking that President Trump has done an amazing job and is an amazing president, probably the best, I think, the best president we've ever seen, right? So when I see these people out there, I see a lot of nice people. Right? Just because they're moronic on one thing doesn't mean they're bad in other aspects. It is what it is. Am I stupid about some things? Sure, right? I don't know everything. Who does? But I think this is one of those that is critical that you have some understanding, right? What goes on in your government and what goes on around you. Like in some of these cities, I'm going to show you San Diego. I spent a lot of time in San Diego as a Navy SEAL. Love that city. Spent most of my time in Coronado where the Navy SEAL teams are. I think that's one of the jewels of the world, right? And I've been back there more recently. I'd say, I don't know, year and a half, 2 years ago, maybe somewhere around that time frame. And we stayed at the Hotel del Coronado. I remember running by the Hotel del Coronado when I was in Bud's training, and then eventually as a Navy SEAL. I couldn't afford to stay there, you know. But eventually, when I started working for the CIA, I got paid very well, so I was able to take my family there, and we spent some time there. It's very beautiful hotel. The island, I lived on the island for, I'd say, probably a good 12 years of my life. Magnificent, right? The people of San Diego, for the most part, from my memories, were fantastic. It's been a while, right? But I've been back there since, like 2 years ago. Stayed at the Hotel Del again, and it's a magical place, right? San Diego, all of California is magical to a great extent, right? They have let it go on a lot of different levels that I've talked about when I was on a Pacific Crest Trail. Instead of caring for the environment and managing the environment, they have this stupid, and here's another part of the stupid liberal side of thinking. They think that if they just leave things alone, that it will all work out. Leave the homeless there. Prostitution, no problem. Ma'am Downey is going to allow prostitution in New York. He's going to make it legal, right? So the victims of prostitution, the women that are basically, brought in by gangs and so forth and controlled by gangs, That's not going to be good for them. So this liberal mindset, I've said it so many times, Democrats got to go, guys, right? The Democrat thinking, not all Democrats, of course, have to go, but I think many of them are just NPCs, right? Non-player characters, right? And we can laugh about that, but it's like their soul is not activated. They're just wandering through life, you know, without really experiencing and doing stupid. No critical thinking, no real emotional activity. Or when they do have emotions, it's like a child's emotions. So there's a lot of moronic Americans, right? And it's not just America. I've seen it all over the world. So now, looking at all, so when I was in San Diego, let me continue that. When I was in San Diego, now when I first came to San Diego as a young, I was a hardhead diver, and San Diego downtown was a shithole, right? Absolute shithole. Now, when I became a SEAL during that time frame, they started to turn the downtown city around. They opened a mall down there. They cleaned it up. They got rid of the homeless and so forth. It was very, very beautiful city for a long time. Now, I didn't go downtown, but I have heard from a lot of people that downtown is drug infested. It's worse than ever. Like if I would have seen that when I was a young man before I was 21, you know, going downtown San Diego, I would have been shocked and probably hadn't want to go back down there. And I rarely went down there because it was so bad. It's worse now. It's worse now. Right. So you have a downtown, and I remember we were driving when we went to Coronado. We rented a car and going from the airport back and forth. We're on the highway, and there's highway overpasses for, you know, roads and so forth. They had tents on the side of the overpasses, but, you know, cars could still go through. Unbelievable. It was that, and that was 2 years ago. And the homeless crisis is worse. New York is crazy. San Francisco is crazy. Yet all these people are protesting against President Trump that's trying to clean up these cities instead of getting involved in cleaning up those cities. So this mindless, just let things happen, while in the most beautiful state in America, they're allowing the forest to burn. When I walked through, God, it's been like 10 years ago now, on Pacific Crest Trail, 8 to 10 years ago, it was large stretches completely burned. There's no reason for that. All you have to do is manage the environment. And you can manage it and make a profit off of that. You can pull out trees that shouldn't be there and make a profit off that. And then the trees that grow, eventually they could be harvested as well. And I saw this in tree farms where they showed, look, this, and they were in California, part of Pacific Crest Trail went through them, and they had all these signs, just like, because they were like showing you remember all the forests you went through? They're like burned to a crisp. Here's a managed forest. This is private land. This is the way all of California should look. And it was exquisite. The trees were huge and vibrant. You could feel the energy because you were in the forest for months like I was. You get a feel for the forest, right? For the energy. It was amazing, right? So this is the way it could be all over the world, of course, but also maybe most importantly, because we could set the example in America, we could bring back the forest the way they were before they came through and cut everything down. It's a disgrace, right? Fortunately, we have the giant redwoods that still exist in certain areas, but for the most part, America was like, the American Indian said that from the Atlantic Ocean to the Mississippi River, a squirrel could run on the treetops and never touch the ground, and run from the Atlantic all the way to the Mississippi because the trees were so vibrant and so incredible, right? So that's very sad, knowing that and seeing the way the forest used to be. There are pictures of it. There's talk of it, American Indian lore and so forth. It was magnificent. But, moronic people were allowed to cut them down and destroy America. It's one of its greatest treasures, which is the forest and the rivers and so forth, right? So that's where California is. You have moronic people that obviously are positions of power. They influence moronic people that keep them in power, and that's got to change, right? It's got to change, guys, right? I don't know how it changes. Hope it's not violently, but it's got to change. So I'm going to show you guys some of this ridiculousness. I'm going to show you the homeless stuff. Well, I'm not going to show you pictures of the homeless. So I'm going to talk. A former Coronado mayor is going to talk about the homeless crisis in San Diego, where all these idiots, morons, were protesting against Trump because he's trying to clean everything up. It's unbelievable. And then we're going to show you all. I'll show you all around the world. We'll start all around the country, and then I'll go to specific cities, and at some point San Diego, and I'll show you this mayor, former Coronado mayor, that has a great idea how to overcome why it's like that and how to overcome it. And then I'll show you Memphis, because I showed you Memphis on another video that I did earlier in the week, where they were invited by the mayor, by the governor, for the National Guard to come in and help them clean up the crime that's really rampant there in Memphis. And you have a black man and other blacks that are saying that this is fantastic. They had a bad opinion of Trump, and now they're seeing, and they can't deny it, that Memphis is a better place. So will the people of San Diego get to experience that, or are they going to fight and have their city destroyed? San Diego is one of the most beautiful cities. Like Coronado, definitely one of the most beautiful cities in the world. San Diego was a beautiful city. Like I said, I haven't been downtown San Diego. I don't want to go down there because I know it's gonna because I remember it as being beautiful, Gaslight Quarter and all that stuff. So this is the problem in America. The NPCs, the morons that don't think, right? No critical thinking, emotional children, right? There is emotional quotient just like there is an intelligence quotient. And if you're low in emotional quotient, you blow up and do stupid, right? So we have all these people. I don't know how they got triggered to be stupid morons, but they're triggered, right? So there's more of us, fortunately, than them, right? And some of them, again, they're like morons. They're like children in certain areas, right? And for people that are rational, critical thinkers, and high intelligence quotient, high emotional quotient, very spiritual, we try to help them. But all this demonstration today is proof that all the things we've been trying to do to awaken them is not working, right? So we have to carry on. We have to carry on. And I don't know what that looks like, but we can't let these radical idiots, morons continue, guys. It has to get cleaned up. There has to be, at some point, a crackdown on stupid, right? Life is tough. It's tougher if you're stupid, right? So I think that's a Patton quote, but I don't know if that was really him. But it always saw it with Patton, life is tough It's tougher if you're stupid, right? Now, I don't think these people have a tough life. I think they get taken care of by those of us that pay taxes and, you know, keep everything running. But they're making it tough. They're making it tough. And I think it's going to get tougher. All right. Soros funded. Yes, Gene, that's already been proven. So you have radical funding, and that's part of the destruction of America, right? So we can't let these morons, you know, cause the destruction of America. They're going to have to be put in their place, right? And we can't believe that they're going to be awakened, right? And I don't know what that looks like. I don't think most of them are going to fight. Most of them are just too dumb, right? They're peaceful in a lot of other areas, but they're morons when it comes to the critical thinking aspect. And I've been friends with people that I was like, they were incredible people. And then they went full Trump derangement syndrome, spiritual. You spent a lot of time with them. And then when Trump came in, they just went full Trump derangement syndrome and had to pull away from him. I'm like, God, what is happening to those people now? Because you see me, I'm peaceful. Most of us that talk about this, we're all peaceful. I know all of you, most of you are all peaceful. But you have these people that are just morons. Absolute morons. It's like, how the heck? Well, we know how it happened. The educational system, political morons, you know, a coordinated effort to keep them morons in certain areas so that they could be used like they are right now. Brainwashed, yeah. Staggering numbers. I was like, will people show up for this? They did in massive numbers, right? When I first saw it, I was like, oh, it's so friggin' sad, right? What happened to America? But, you know, when you look at the bigger picture, it is not that many, really, because most of America is awake, guys. We're awake. I was sent here to do this, right? So, you know, I have really good contact with Creator Source, and it's guiding me quite a bit. It guides me to do these shows. So when you see these shows, I use a lot of my intuition to go into areas that I feel are important to help awaken more people and to calm people. Because a lot of people say that, you know, these shows help keep them focused and calm during these troubling times. So let's go into this. I don't want you to be troubled by it. It is what it is, right? Now, I've been in combat for, at one point in my life, you know, like 8-10 years ago, it was over half my life was in combat zones. So not as much now. And I'm kind of happy about that. So I don't know. It's I haven't even done the numbers, but at one time it was half and it's less now, right? So, but I got a lot of experience from that. I got to see, you know, a portion of humanity that is extremely radicalized and affects a great portion of the rest of the population, right? And in a negative way. So what we're seeing right now, we're seeing a small portion, the deep state Nazi system that has influenced these people negatively, and it's just a small group of these people that have done this, right? And it is what it is. Those people, will they be able to be turned around? Sometimes you have to go through trauma, as I can tell you. The trauma that I went through, my training, helped me become a better man, better leader. So trauma situations, I've done fasting, you know, extreme fasting, vision quest, and all kind of crazy stuff. So You know, I put myself through, and a lot of you have experienced, you know, some extreme hardships, and that, you know, helps you to become wiser, more spiritual, more of a critical thinker, more intuitive, all these different things that are very, very important going forward. But there's a vast group of the population, evidently, that has not had that. Now, some have. Like I said, I was, before Trump came in, I was friends with a lot of people that were like, it was like, we're like brothers and sisters, right? Absolutely. And then they got the Trump derangement syndrome. And it's like, how could they get so crazy? And it was the environment that they were educated in. They were educated in, or spent a lot of time in the educational system. The people that, you know, that I saw that were extremely affected, right? So the educational system is there to influence people to go radical. Now, my daughter only spent 1 year in it. She spent a long period of time doing online courses. And then she, for the last portion, I think 1 or 2 semesters, something like that, to get her associate's degree. That time that she spent in California, I think it was LA area. I can't remember exactly which one, but I could see it changed her, right? Not for the better, right? Now she is she's extremely smart. And I think that probably helped her a lot, but she started having some opinions about things that were like, oh my God. So, and that's the way that system is. And I think she's kind of broken free from that thinking over time now. But maybe she is, right? But she's been in cars like Uber drivers that, you know, picked her up and they said, are you related to Michael Jacob? And she's like, oh, I'm his daughter. They're like, oh my God. So she gets exposure in certain things. She doesn't watch my shows, but occasionally she does, right? My son was extremely, he didn't go in the education system like me. And I did all my stuff, you know, through the military and online and so forth as well. But he was always trying to help liberals wake up. He was great at friends that he, you know, was with and so forth. So it was good. You know, I think that as we move forward, unfortunately, some of these liberals will get radicalized, right? Some of these NPCs will just go along and be radicals and so forth. Some of the morons will do moronic things, but that's to be expected. But they won't get very far, guys. I've been around these radical morons, you know, throughout the world, fighting them. Eventually, they go down, right? So that's. But usually, go down fighting. Right? The real radical idiots, morons. All right, so let's look at some of the silliness that's out there about this no kings. Again, I'm just so sad that America's like this. It's a bad look for the rest of the world that Americans are doing this, and they see it on this level. So I wonder what they think is going to happen, because they are depending on America to basically at some point save them. Right? America's going to save the world, but America first. We have to save ourselves from morons. All right. So here you go. Aerial views. You're going to see a lot of aerial views. They don't say which cities there are, which is kind of frustrating, but aerial views. No kings protest rock American cities. Millions revolt against Trump. Now, is some of this CGI? All right. I don't know. Right. I would hope so. I would hope there's really not this many people that are morons, right, about this subject, right? Not about everything. Like, I just want to be clear about that. But morons about this subject, right? And so we're just going to kind of walk through some of this. So you look at that, and is some of that CGI? Because we started catching that with Biden and Kamala from people going to their rallies and so forth. Remember the Trump 2020 and then 2023 or 2024, his rallies and events and so forth, they're just absolutely massive. There was no CGI needed, right? In fact, the press tried to suppress the information on that as much as they could. But here, are we seeing potentially CGI? When I look at this, I get the feel that maybe we are, right? So just keep that in the back of your mind too. We can be hopeful, right? All right, I know this is Boston because I'm going to pull Boston up. So it does seem fairly legit. All of the areas that are, having these protests, and as stupid as it looks, silly posters and all their little sayings, it's a bunch of morons, and she looks like a very nice lady otherwise, but she's got to go. She's full on moron about this.
This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
And the moronic chants, I hope the rest of the world and most of you look at this and go, yeah, those are morons. I'm not going to get all worked up about that, right? So that's what we're looking at for the most of it. Yes, and we aren't a democracy. We're a republic, although they have tried to say we're a democracy and push us into a democracy, which is basically ruled by the numbers. So these people are ruling perhaps their cities, maybe their states by the numbers. Their democracy, the Democrats, wherever they rule, or democracy, if they've really gotten the vote, which I think a lot of times they don't. There's not that many people voting for them. Although in New York City, as we're going to see with Mamdani, most of New Yorkers are Democrats. So, and a lot of these cities, most of the people are Democrats. So you're probably going to see stupid continue, unfortunately.
The nation, No Kings protests are underway, including right here in San Diego. We have live crews from the North County to downtown this morning. We are also covering a major event in the North County. Cam Pendleton welcoming the Vice President and Defense Secretary as they mark 250 years of the Marine Corps. We're going to have.
So President Trump was at the 250th anniversary celebration for the Navy. And now we have probably what's going to be for 8 years, President Vance, Vice President Vance, of course, now, but he is a former Marine. And I saw his talk about this. There were tons of Marines there. Marines are amazing. I love the Marine Corps. And if I wasn't a SEAL, I would be a Marine. So the Marines are incredible. They're the best fighting force in the world, I believe. And he was there, very presidential looking. So he's warming everyone up for his eventual run, and I think very potentially 8 years of Vance in the future.
Part of our coverage in just a moment, but first, locally, there are at least 16 local No Kings protests spanning across.
So 16. Now, I don't know how big these were, and I don't know how many Republicans and independents and maybe some Democrats or former Democrats that are outside of this. Now, were there some Republicans in there? Probably. rhino types. All right. So very, very conceivably rhinos within the group. So, and maybe they're like, over exaggerating their Republicans too, of course. So I don't think this is a big deal at this point. I'm watching for the violence. I'm not watching the NPCs and the morons, walk around and with their stupid signs and chanting their stupid slogans. It doesn't really matter to me. America is First Amendment first, right? And that's freedom of your views, freedom of your views. So now when the leftists were in office the last 4 years, there was no freedom of views. Now that the Republicans have come back, we again have freedom of views. So that's why I'm on YouTube. That's why I can do a show with Scott McKay like I did today on YouTube live, right? We have been restricted from YouTube for years, and that's because of the leftist morons. They took away our free speech. Now we're giving them their free speech back. They had free speech. They could, do this bullshit protest stuff all the time. So we protested. Of course, we had J6. We had a peaceful protest, and we ended up with J6. And FBI, 1,000 FBI agents coming in and like subverting it. Ukrainians coming in and subverting it. Capitol Police, obviously, part of the moron system, right? Subverting it. So we couldn't have protest. We didn't have free speech for 4 years, guys. And now we have it back again. And they still have it. They still have it. And they have it just as well, if not more, than when Biden was in there. But they're morons. They don't understand that, right?
County, from Borrego Springs to downtown. We have a live look right now from Sky Ranger 7 over the downtown rally, which is expected to be the largest of those rallies. Things got underway at 10 o'clock. They started with a few speakers talking to the crowd. You can see the crowd now. Those speakers have wrapped up their.
Now you can see there's a Native Nations banner right here. So I think this is kind of like a conglomeration of people with a bone to pick that are morons, pretty much, unfortunately. And I'm not saying the Native Nations are morons. I love Native Americans. And if you look at all of the smaller groups, like you have blacks and you have Hispanics, which are becoming even larger, the largest group at some point, I think, maybe. But American Indians, so minority groups in America, Native Americans are very Republican, and they're the ones that volunteer the most to fight for our country, right? Of course, they are very, part of this country and have been for eons. And unfortunately, we broke all of our promises, except for one, and that was that we're coming to take your land and destroy you. All right. So, I remember a buddy of mine that taught me a lot of stuff, taught me incredible American spirituality, and which is very, very connected to the Creator and the land and so forth. That took my spirituality to an unbelievable, way beyond what I ever expected it to go to. And he had a bumper sticker, and I've said this many times, but it's always good to bring it up. You can trust the American government. Ask any American Indian, right? So we have these useful idiots of the deep state that are, protesting. And our American government has basically brainwashed them. Now, the Trump administration, of course, is going after the educational system because it's corrupted, and he's taking it down. Now, the leftists have probably screamed their minds out, right? Their little tiny minds, because that's happening. And they see that as just another evil of the Trump administration. Whereas we are like, please fix that bullshit, right? So it is, pretty crazy. Now, this goes on. You can see, I want to get it to a point where you can actually see just how big this crowd is. Pretty substantial. I guess the last one they had was around 70,000. And they're guesstimating this one, as you can see here, is probably at least that much, maybe more, probably the biggest one, right? So more people showed up for this one than the last one.
We will be here. We've been here all morning. We will continue until this march concludes. But
all right. So that's enough of that nonsense. But here is a former mayor of Coronado, like I talked about. And let's listen to what he has to say about the homeless. So while these people are walking the streets of San Diego protesting, like I said, I guess President Trump is trying to clean America up, make America great again, MAGA, right? It is probably all around them, they had homeless, probably in massive numbers. And I don't know, maybe they came in and cleaned the homeless out so they could do the protest. I don't know, guys, but it's pretty sad. It's pretty sad indeed. All right. San Diego, what has become of you?
The number of homeless people in the entire country was about 650,000. So how many would you guess were homeless as of 2023? 1 million, 2 million, 5 million? The answer was still about 650,000. So if the national number didn't change very much, why does it feel so much worse in cities like San Diego, Los Angeles, or New York? While most states saw declines or stability in homeless rates from 2014 through 2023, California and New York saw their numbers skyrocket, despite spending more money on homelessness than ever before. Here in San Diego, we saw a continued spike in 2024 with a modest decrease in homelessness in 2025, but we're still near historic highs. So the question remains, why is this problem getting so much worse in places spending the most to solve it? It turns out that the states with the biggest increase in the homeless rate over the past decade tend to have.
Now, the Trump administration has already found out that there's money laundering going on, and the money that was supposed to be spent on the homeless has gone into other people's pockets. So they're already disclosing that, already finding that out, and they're already making cases about it. So the morons are gonna find out, right? And will it affect them? Will they still protest when they find out that their cities are shitholes because the people that were in leadership positions, Democrats, were basically stealing that money and then giving it to other people within their circle so that they could also steal it and enrich themselves while the homeless crisis continues? Now, we make some other good points, and this is the way I think the homeless crisis is going to be resolved.
Policies in common. Number one, loose drug laws that allow for the open use of hard drugs such as heroin, fentanyl, and meth, which keep addicts trapped in addiction and allows dealers to prey on the addicted. Number two, weak property crime enforcement, which allows people to steal to fund their habit with little consequence. And number three, a philosophy that attempts to provide permanent housing at a very large expense to taxpayers without requiring treatment or any other steps towards positive life choices for homeless individuals. I'm Richard Bailey, former mayor of Coronado, and I'll be doing a video series that deep dives the homelessness issue here in San Diego, as well as policy changes to address it.
All right, so loose laws in California and all the liberal states, like I talk about, they're just laissez-faire. Just, it'll fix itself. Just let it be what it is. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. That's their stupid, moronic attitude, right? So this is the problem in this system that they have been able to foist upon us, and eventually, over time, dumb down, moronicize large portions of the population. So we could possibly see more in the future. So a lot of you guys are saying very few protests here. That's good. The methadone and Suboxone is more addictive than the street drugs. Milo, that's true, because my son was on both of those. So he switched from one to the other, and then eventually we took him and did an ibogaine treatment. Ibogaine should be legal throughout the United States. The reason why it's not is because they profit. The drug traffickers, the cartels, and the mayors and the political system and governors, they all profit on this drug addiction, guys. And so they keep it going. Now, my son went to do methadone in Mexico, in what was that luxurious place we went to? I can't think of it now, but it was a nice vacation for me. But it was tough getting him there, guys. He was on his last legs. So we got him over there. He got completely off. And that's impossible to do because he was at high doses of Suboxone. And it was, he'd sneak other drugs in. It was crazy. So we got him over there. He was completely clean. He stayed clean for a long time, and then he went back down. He, like a lot of addicts, he got back on, got him clean again. He was clean for a long time. He was using LifeWave and doing really good. And then he slipped, and he told me one time that he made sure that he would take a little micro doses of fentanyl, because if fentanyl got into some of his drug, but because he was clean for such a long time, when he fell off the wagon again, unfortunately, and I wasn't aware of it, he was using, and he got some fentanyl. And that's what President Trump is trying to do. He's trying to shut down the drug trafficking into America, which will collapse the Democrat Party, because they're very reliant on a lot of money laundering. And one of the major ones is drug trafficking. The other one is human trafficking, and especially human trafficking of children. So the 300,000 children that went missing in America during the Biden administration, I think they've only found 11,000 of them. And the conditions which they found them in were so horrible, they're not relaying the conditions they found them in. That's what I'm hearing in back channels, right? So that alone, the 300,000 missing children, that alone should be enough for the morons to wake up, you would think. But no, they're out there demonstrating in the city still. It's disgusting to me, right? So from that point on, they don't have any say with me. They can't argue anything with me. And then there's the drug trafficking, of course. I have horrific experience with that. So I want to see it go away. I want to see the human trafficking go away, first of all, and I want to see the drug trafficking go away. All right. We can do it, but not with those morons in these big cities making decisions. All right. So let's look at a little bit more, and then hear from some stupid people that are at these. So we get a kind of a feel for what we're up against, right? So with this knowledge, we can overcome and defeat. So this is a protest in Detroit. So Detroit is basically a destroyed city by the Democrats already. It looked like they might be making a comeback, but from some of your comments, that those of you who are around or in Detroit still, I don't know, you're telling me that no, Detroit is not good at all. And which is sad. Detroit was the second most prosperous city at one time in America. So here's the one in Boston. Now in Boston, You have a mayor that's very corrupt, I believe, Chinese woman, and maybe just Chinese descent. I don't know. Now the Luciferian groups are, they basically made it one of their conventions in her honor, right? But that's not because she's a pro-Luciferian. It's because she won't let them, do their flags and say their scripts. So in that regard, maybe I can, or maybe you guys can convince me that you guys in Boston can tell me more information. I would like that, because we're not finding out online, because they're definitely, you have to be able to, have contacts at this point. That's why I like to have you guys in the chat, make your chats, the great conversations that happen in the chat. And then I go in and look at some of the comments afterwards to kind of get a feel, for what's going on out there. You guys are giving me some great insights, so thank you.
Have started to leave, especially right after Senator Elizabeth Warren and Senator Ed Markey spoke, and then even more after the reps took the stage and then stepped down. So certainly this is a massive event that's taking place here on Boston Common today. But as you mentioned, it's...
I mean, is that a very big representation of Boston? Did people come from other areas? They're not citizens of that are not citizens of Boston. So that's a possibility. So some of these people that we're seeing here maybe aren't Bostonians. They're maybe from some other areas. But I know there are people there because they're indirect family members, right? That are pretty leftist. Right. So I wouldn't say they have Trump derangement, but they're not fans, So did they show up? I don't know. But when I look at something like this, if it's a high representation of Boston, and I've already said this, already intuited that Boston would be one of the lost cities. So when you see big numbers like this could be where we're going to see cities that are going to be lost.
One piece of a very large effort across the country to make their voices heard and try and show their displeasure with this current federal administration. We've heard from so many people today. Come back tonight at 6 o'clock here on NBC 10 Boston. We'll have a recap of what we heard on the stage right behind me and what may come up within the next half hour or so. I've been told they're planning on being about 30 minutes behind schedule, so 3:30 or so for this thing to wrap up. For now, though, on the Boston Common, Matt Pritchard, NBC 10 Boston.
All right, Matt, thank you for that view from the crowd there. And that band that's playing, called the Sheila Divine, is the Run of Show's last planned performer. They're based on the event rundown, so we'll definitely be keeping tabs.
And also determination in their hearts that we have to stand together and keep speaking out when laws are broken, when people are put in harm's way. This is a community and a city.
All right, we have to stand out. This is the moron talk. We have to stand out when laws are broken. I want to bring this little moron up so she could speak and say her moron words. But when laws are broken, so illegal immigration, that's not a law broken. All right, moron. And all the other comments that these people make that influence people, NPCs, and people with hardly any soul that kind of float through life and just make things difficult for the rest of us that are awake and spiritual. So it's crazy.
For 400 years, we have done everything we can for freedom in this country and to set the course for generations to come to have.
So for freedom in this country. So again, I will reiterate the 4 years of the Biden administration where we did not have freedom. And they were trying to push that into every city. Unfortunately, we were able to stand up enough to stop it out. So freedom, they don't believe in freedom. They believe in moronic attitudes and thinking, right? So I don't think I'm being harsh at all. So we're going to see right now what happens when the Trump administration is invited in to clean up and in Memphis. So this is Memphis. So that was ICE agents going in and taking down. I clicked on it. I thought it would stop it, but it totally took it out. So this is ICE agents going in and arresting criminals. So as we're going to see, as this goes forward, young black man talks about, you know, how he's seeing things in a different light now.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I think it's true time. I was against pretty much everything that was coming towards Memphis. I was against this National Guard, all these different police units, all this military, all this. I was against all this shit coming to the end, right?
So this is a Memphis resident that was against all of this stuff. He was against the National Guard, against police, but now he's changing his tune. And this is the way it's happening everywhere. Like in Washington, D.C., people are like, they're very, very appreciative of President Trump bringing in the National Guard, because they have had city streets that they can walk on again that they haven't been able to do that on for decades.
Especially when I was the one learning shit about Memphis and how the crime has been down 25%. Then it has like hella years and shit like Memphis.
So he's hearing, like a lot of these places, that crime is down 25%. Of course, he lives there. He didn't believe it, but that's the narrative that they were taking.
Doing good. We just had the most peaceful summer in a long little time. Just for these folks to still come with this shit.
So now that the National Guard is there, he's saying that we've had the nicest summer that we've had in many, many years.
I was against this shit, bro. And then I seen the numbers after the first week of rounding up niggas. I know there's a lot of Memphis folks talking about all the niggas gone now and they over here, the police pulling over all the good, hard-working people. Hey, if that was the case, sorry, but I can't wholeheartedly say they doing a bad thing now. Now that I just seen them numbers, bro, I'm gonna just be honest. And I'm a real Memphis nigga. I love my city. I love once again, nigga. That's where I'm at.
Now, I am obviously not a Memphis resident, but I've spent a lot of time in Memphis in training when I was in SEAL teams, so forth. I've talked about this before. I love Memphis. It is a beautiful city, great food, great people. So I'm glad that Memphis is getting cleaned up and that it's appreciated, right?
On the motherfucking butt. I'm in the heart of this shit. I love this shit. But I would be lying if I ain't just read them numbers and say, damn, I'm in the heart of this shit. I love this shit. But I would be lying if I ain't just read them numbers and say, damn, that's a good thing for Memphis.
I hope black people wake all the way up. I genuinely hope black people wake all the way up and just come on over to the good side. It's peaceful over here. It's nicer over here. It's money over here. It's no crime over here. It's no regulation. It's better environments. They fixing y'all cities.
So all those people that were in all those cities where they were protesting, they're probably shitholes, right? And they could be fixed, but they're dumbed down. So like that gentleman was saying, hopefully the people wake up. Hopefully they wake up. I don't have hope for a lot of these cities, guys. And, I've remote viewed this from years now, that a lot of these cities are going to go down, right? So it is going to be what it is, unfortunately. Now, moving on, we're going to talk about, the economy. The economy is not doing good. And this is one way that they can potentially cause unrest, right? And this was, I believe, planned so that they could get it to this point where they can rug pull and cause a lot of problems if they didn't stay in power. They probably would have done this anyway, but if they had complete control of all of Americans, they could do whatever they want and no one's going to say anything about it. And they could definitely, which they have done before in communists, every time the communists come in, and that's getting turned around. But the planned obsolescence of a lot of businesses and cities and so forth is still moving in that direction. So let's look at Las Vegas. So Las Vegas, the casino business is always the canary in the coal mine when things are getting ready to really turn down, because people start to stop. They have discretionary income where they can spend and do whatever they want. People are living paycheck to paycheck, mouth to mouth, and so forth now, more than probably for the first time in a long time.
Is that busy enough for a weekend?
Man, I had to look at the date. This was 9 hours ago that Metal Leo did this. He goes into a lot of the cities on the West Coast, and he shows how the cities are basically ghost towns, homelessness, drug addicted all over the place, feces all over the place. Even here in Reno, close to where I'm at, he's been into Reno. And Reno, before I got here, I looked at his video. I was like, wow, Reno is like a ghost town, right? So when I was a casino manager, we would go to Reno for training for my security team, and that hotel casino complex that was down there before, Harrah's, is gone, absolutely completely gone, right? And it's just boarded up ghost town down there, and this is happening in more and more and more cities. Shops gone, homelessness everywhere, like in San Diego, where those people are demonstrating in a massive number. Clean your friggin' city up. Stop being morons and clean your city up. And there's someone that can help you. All you have to do is ask. So this is on a weekend, right? So things are collapsing very rapidly, guys. And it's collapsed for the West Coast for quite a long time. The entire West Coast, right? All the cities of the West Coast are really hurting right now. And so we need a massive transformation. It can happen very quickly, but you're going to have resistance from the morons. And they have caused this problem, and they're going to resist reversing it. It's insane. Absolutely insane. Part of me just wants to let them F around and find out, and just pull back and let them just completely collapse and starve and just disappear themselves. All right. But then there's another part of me that's like, I want to help even the morons. All right. So as long as I can help, and that's, so yeah, if you're godly, I think that's what you're doing. That's what we're trying to do. We're doing the right thing. So we're seeing the problems. We're going to try and help them. We're going to try and fix them. But we have to be aware that they're going to continue with their stupid. Now, this is interesting right here. They're calling 24-hour music festivals, and these are anti-ICE protests. This was starting back in the 8th, so we're like 10 days. I don't know if they're still going on. I asked my daughter. She lives in that area. She lives in Southern California. So waiting to hear back from her. And she's big into music festivals and all kind of stuff. So we'll see. I'll see from her, get some insights from her. But I mean, look at all of these people. Still, we know LA's a problem. And I think I really, really, really think, and so have other people. Louis Herms. I talked about this with Louis Herms probably 3 years ago. We were talking about this, and I was telling him, because he's a good remote viewer too, really good. I taught him. So he's probably one of the best remote viewers. Maybe there's some of you out there even better. I don't know. You learn from me, and then you're doing your thing. So good job out there. So we are seeing, we saw back then the things that are happening now. And he said that he saw a wall being put up around LA. He said, yeah, LA is going to get so bad, they're going to just put a wall around it. And so the morons can, protest all they want, have their music festivals all they want, and see how long that lasts, right? So, but of course, he's running for governor of California. He would definitely fix it, guys. He's a long shot, obviously, but there's been long shots that have gotten in there before. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Jesse Ventura, Donald Trump twice, long shots, they sometimes happen. Now, if you got a Louis Herms in there, he is majorly against child trafficking. He's done videos, documentaries on it and so forth. He's got a lot of people that are backing him now. So we may see, and I can't say who they are, but they're very high level people that are backing him. So it could be that he does get in office. And if he does, he will turn California around. California, you have one last chance before your country, your whole state is destroyed. You have one last chance. Not looking good. All right.
It is being hidden on this app, on all social media platforms by the mainstream media. It is actively being hidden. I don't even want to use the word I would normally use here. There have been large groups of people actively hanging out together and raising their voice for something they believe in. I have to be careful with my words even on this. They have been doing this for over 2 weeks, LA being the biggest one.
So these are anti-ICE protests, and they're couching them, hiding their protests, because I guess they were saying they were protesting against ICE, and then they were being targeted. So that's interesting. So now they're just saying music festivals. Of course, now I guess the targeters know that they're doing music festivals. I'm not. I mean, if they're not doing violence, if they're not part of the problem, let them protest. Whatever.
And if you haven't heard about it, that's the problem. So what I'd like you to do is go up to the search bar and search either 24-hour music festival or Music Festivals 2025. I think either one of those should get you over.
So it's not, I mean, you're not going to see a lot. I did that. This is like, you have to be looking at a bigger picture, seeing the disinformation that's going on both sides, and dig down and see some of the things. Yet New California, Yoshi Patriot, yeah. So the New California will be the complete decimation of the morons, I guess. That's the only way it can continue, I think, unfortunately, because these morons, if they get a chance, they'll vote in stupid again, Gavin Newsom. And I don't think that Gavin Newsom was ever voted in, but I don't know. Maybe they'll just get, obstinate and say, well, we don't want a Trump-like person, and that's what Louis Herms would be. And so they're just going to vote for stupid, because they're stupid. It's like that one movie. I can't think of the title of it, but it was like this guy that they put him in a time capsule or something, and it was only supposed to be a year, and somehow the project, went bad. So he ends up there, like he's in this building and the building collapses or something. So he like falls out of the time capsule type thing. And he wakes up and everyone's stupid, way stupid. And was it Idiocracy? That's right. Truth or Mike, thanks. So Idiocracy, funny movie, very funny movie, but it's like you and I, we have common sense. And he wasn't that big of a guy. He was like kind of a knucklehead in the military. And they're like, yeah, we're going to put you in this project because he was a knucklehead. So, but then he wakes up, like 20, 30 years in the future, however long it was. And everybody's dumb as hell. Kind of like what's going on right now. Like, and then there's those of us who are like, how did you guys get so dumb? Wow. Like it's crazy. Well, we know how. The friggin' education and the morons that are in charge. So we're seeing and hopefully we'll see some kind of earth change activity that will just take all the stupid people out. So I don't know. So here is Kilauea. It had the highest lava fountains, 1,500 feet yet of this. This is number 35. So we're getting hit like we keep talking about, I keep talking about. There's other people out there talking about it as well, but we keep talking about how there is massive energy coming from the sun. And this usually happens when there's massive earth change, guys. All right. Pole shifts and so forth. Because I think we're moving in that direction. And will that be stopped out somehow? I don't know. But it doesn't look good for humanity with these idiots running around. Right. Because it would take a consciousness shift to basically, I think, make a difference. So that was earlier this morning. It's not active now, but it gets more and more intense. And of course, the crater is getting filled up. I called it a cauldron before. It's kind of like a witch's cauldron, right? So someone that's in Hawaii that basically keeps me informed. So she's been taking pictures of this, and she's all over the island. Beautiful photos. The island, Big Island. I've been to the Big Island before. Absolutely incredible. Driven around the whole thing. I think Kilauea was a little bit active then, so we couldn't go on one area of the island. But it's probably going to overflow at some point. It's already starting to go over the side, some of the lava. So at some point, it's not going to stop. It's just going to keep spilling out, right? And it's going to go where it's going to go and cause, damage like the last time Kilauea erupted and took out huge tracts of housing and so forth. But this is what the Earth does. It's, that's how the Hawaiian Islands are there. You look back in time, and each one of the islands was at one time a Kilauea volcano that was overflowing and built the island. And that's why Hawaii, the big island, is the biggest island, because it's still building, right? With Kilauea. All right. So, and I don't know, at some point, we'll probably see, like we have in the past, snow on the tops of the big island. They get fantastic. It's like, incredible beach weather all year round, but you'll see snow on the highest peak. And sometimes they get incredible amounts of snow up there. We're going to probably get incredible amounts of snow this year. And Kilauea will probably be erupting, right? So, light, it'll light up. It'll be volcanic light at night, and you'll maybe be able to see the snow on the top of that one peak. So fantastic time, right? But of course, there's going to continue to be massive displacement of people. It's coming. Obviously, it's kind of like, I predicted get into silver, and now silver is like 3 times higher than what I was saying it was. And then even from here, it's going to go 10 times higher. If you missed my show today with Dr. Kirk Elliott, I highly recommend it. But you need to be in something that's going to help you going forward, unless you're a moron, right? We don't want you to get silver. Right? You morons, no silver for you, right? And they're probably not going to get it anyway. I doubt they have silver, right? So evacuations in Alaska after major typhoon. So typhoon came through. I think it went through Japan and up through the Philippines, caused a little bit of damage and maybe even some loss of life. And then it whipped around and they went north up to Alaska and caused incredible damage.
Is capturing the devastation in western Alaska as the aftermath of Typhoon Halong wreaks havoc, forcing more than 1,000 evacuations from remote areas. New footage released by the Alaska National Guard shows daring rescues like this woman being hoisted out of her home as it appears to be floating in the water. Exhausted residents sleeping on board Chinook helicopters and dozens of evacuees.
Now, I've heard that there were some leftists that didn't want to get picked up by the National Guard, so they had to leave them. I'm kidding.
Trudging across the tarmac in the rain. It's been a week since more than 6 feet of storm surge and 100-mile-an-hour winds destroyed homes. At least 2 still missing. Remote coastal towns only accessible by air or water were hit the hardest. In the town of Kipnuk, this drone video showing muddy piles of debris. Homes toppled from their foundations.
Everything in my house was shaking, and I was scared.
Brandon West, a hotel manager in Bethel, recalling those heart-stopping moments.
Felt like the whole building was shaking off the foundation.
Thousands are currently displaced, with the largest airlift in Alaskan history currently underway. More than 1,600 people evacuated so far. More than 1,600 people evacuated. Thousands are.
All right. So remember the scene from Afghanistan where the Biden administration was evacuating all the Afghans that, they pulled out so fast and left a lot of people. So very, very similar, obviously, to that time frame, but with American citizens, right? So this is the way things are going to go in the future. We're going to help Americans first of all, and then we'll help the world, right?
Displaced, with the largest airlift in Alaskan history currently underway. More than 1,600 people evacuated so far and forced to find shelter nearly 500 miles away in Anchorage.
We've been also transporting maintenance. Some of these communities have less than 72 hours worth of food and 1 to 2 days worth of fuel to power the generators.
The Red Cross is using a 5,000-seat arena to house evacuees. And as for what's next, damage assessments are underway in more than a dozen villages in the region. Evacuations will still take a few more days. Gio.
Okay, we are thinking.
All right. So this is going to be very, very common going forward, guys, as the sun activity continues. And I think we're in the early stages of it. And it's going to get a lot worse. There's going to be massive earthquakes and so forth. So now in the cities, like you saw with that black gentleman saying that Memphis is much better, we've seen the Democrats basically continue to enslave, like they did back before the Civil War, the black race, and they're breaking free. Now this is some video. There has some positive, but this is the Israel nation here in the United States. They're a little bit out there, guys. But in some aspects, I believe they're doing good things. But is this going to turn out to be a negative in the long run? So something to watch.
Houston, almost 27,000 crimes are committed a year. That's almost 70 crimes a day. And who's committing those crimes are young black men, teenagers.
What's the big cause of this? They're like our fathers, no real male role models in the house, and with no father figures in the house. The kids have nobody to turn to.
And this is what they did to the black community with the music, with drugs and so forth. They basically tore the black family apart. They're trying to do the same thing with all families. It doesn't matter your race, really. But they really targeted the black race for a long time. And I remember growing up, and black families were amazing. But today, without the father figures, it is turning into a pretty tragic. They're basically giving women without a man in the house to have babies more money and more money and more money for more babies, as long as they don't have a man in the house. They get a man in the house, and they take away the money. Wow. So they're forcing the black community to extinguish itself.
The streets. Sirach chapter 3 and verse 9, it says that the blessing of a father establishes his house, meaning that the father brings home discipline, correction, and all those godly things for the son. But without the father, he's left to look up to what? People who came from the streets, or people who are in the streets right now and have money, they're left to look up to them instead of a godly man.
But here at Men's Conference, our leadership here at IUIC brings solutions to our problems, turning boys to men, men to husbands, husbands to fathers, men to gods, and us young men, we're going to follow.
All right. So are they going militant? They got some interesting conversations going on with that Israel nation group, right? It's something to be watched, right? They have a good message there in the beginning. Looks like they're cleaning up the black community. I salute them for that, but it looks like there's a little bit of radicalization that's going on with that group, unfortunately. So we don't want that. We want people to have that power connection to God, but we don't want it to be radicalized. And I think, unfortunately, there may be some radicalization going on with the Israel Nation group there. So something to watch. Again, if it's almost seems radical Islam to me, guys. Right. So I think we need to watch that and make sure that doesn't get out of control. If it is, and maybe it's a good thing, and maybe I'm not seeing it right, but I've seen some of the sermons, and they're not so good, right? So we'll continue to see breakdowns, and things happen within cities. Could that be a positive? At some point, it could be a positive. I don't know. So lots of stuff going on. I'm just kind of like I've covered a lot of the stuff that I was going to bring up, but 6 out of 10 U.S. consumers expect economy to weaken. So according to a survey of roughly 4,000 people published on Wednesday, 57% of respondents expect the economy to soften over the coming 12 months, the highest level ever recorded since Deloitte, I think that's the way it's pronounced, but began tracking the sentiment in 1997. This represents a 27% point jump from the 30% registered during the same time last year, and is even higher than the 54% seen in 2008 during the Great Recession. Wowzer, right? So I think it's already here. I think we're in a Great Recession. We're probably going to enter a depression when the stock market finally collapses. When that happens, they're pumping it up. The manipulators are pumping it up, guys. All right. It should have been down long ago. I think we're going to see the complete collapse of the financial system, and we're going to bring in a quantum system. Now, a lot of you guys ask me what are my thoughts on this financial system. I can't give you any because I don't know. Nasara Jasara is just words. That's part somewhat true, but it's not the full picture from what I've seen. All right. So this is Johnny Bravo. I've done Johnny Bravo's courses. He's a pretty much like me. Not only is he a market analyst, but he does charting like I do, and I learned some good charting stuff from him. And he's like me. He looks at the full picture. So I've told you guys, I'm not a fan of crypto, and I think crypto is probably going to collapse. Now, this is basically spelled out by Johnny Bravo, and then somebody else that's very prominent too.
So you don't be like crypto bros. So if you want to know where the price is going on Bitcoin, right here, that would be, you know, your 100,000, maybe 93,000. Just test in the line. Then after that, I don't know. Czar in a rising wedge. I don't know how he's getting 20. I'm going to take it. I'll give you from here to here. I think that is a respectable move to the downside, but you got to confirm and break that, like you confirmed and broke that, or when you confirmed and couldn't get above that, or that. Or that. It is correct that charts are not always.
All right. So my prediction that it would go to 125,000. It was reached week and a half ago or whatever it was, and then they hammered it. Now, will it go back up? The possibility goes back up, but I think it's a very good possibility. We're going to see some serious lows in crypto.
100%. But I've made a hell of a lot of money being okay with not being 100%. Also, that Pi cycle top has not been confirmed yet on Bitcoin. That has been 100% accurate, so you may go higher. I have 48. I'll move. Sorry, 48,243. I mean, if you measure it from the taint, okay. No, Andrew, I was not making fun of your name, but if we were to measure it from the taint, let me move over here. Oh, I wonder where Andrew, who told you the price, the 26? Was it someone who understood the charts? I'm just asking for a friend. Oh, and let me just check my my number here.
So this is Andrew Tate says Bitcoin is going to 26,000. Andrew Tate, 26,000. So my prediction, it would go to 125,000. It went to 126, I think. And now it's pulled back dramatically. And Andrew Tate is saying it goes to 26,000. And Johnny Bravo is doing the calculations on it, and he's getting that as well.
Yep, Andrew Tate predicts Bitcoin will crash to 26,000, 26,000, 26,000. What did the chart say? So I just watched his video, and he's like, yeah, it's not about the charts. That's exactly right here. It's the charts, 26,257, if you want to be spot on, Andrew. Now, am I going to put my money where my mouth is and short that from there? Is my mic on? No. I take small measured moves.
All right. Johnny Bravo, it's crack up. All right, so you Bitcoin bros, better be careful out there. All right, you can make money going up and down. So you could short Bitcoin when it goes down. I don't know. It's just it all just seems like a evil. It's all evil, and I think that getting involved with it at this point, that's what I'm seeing. Unfortunately, I've been involved with it and made a lot of money when I made a lot of money, but now I'm just like ready to just go with God's money, which is silver and gold, and just put it all in. All right, I'm all in with silver, guys. I got a little gold and little platinum, which does really well too, but silver. And I was very impressed with my wife. She has a nice little stash, and she's now, let's put it in silver. I'm like, honey bunny, good. All right, so everybody I think is moving that direction. That's following our groups, and I think you're gonna do really well with the silver going forward. So, all right, now I'm probably getting a little bit long here. So now, who do I think is going to get arrested next? So I think we may see Fannie Mae, or not Fannie Mae, Fannie, was it Willis? What was her name? And I'm sorry, it's Fani. It's so funny. Fani Willis. Tomato, Fanny, Fani, whatever. Right. So she's a baddie and she's going to jail. Right. So they just recently requested some more information from her. What they say, they wanted her travel records. Justice Department issued a subpoena for her travel records in September 2025. What's that about? Now, she indicted Trump and 18 of his allies in Georgia during that horrific 4 years of the Biden administration. Lawfare was at an extreme. Freedom of speech was almost non-existent. And now it's payback time. And some people are saying that I don't think it's really payback time. It's time for justice, right? And it seems to be moving in that direction very nicely. So we may see Fani be the one that is getting charges. So Jack Smith, I think, could be before Fani. So we'll see Jack. It could happen next week, both of them. Jack Smith, deranged Jack Smith, in my opinion, is a criminal, said Trump on Wednesday. And he had Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel next to him. And he said, I hope they're looking at all these people. The bosses told you, okay, Jack Smith's next. Right? So that seems to be where things are going, guys. So we all looked at this when it was happening. We're like, how is this possible? How is this possible? It's possible in a criminal system. It's possible when there's treason being committed and no one's being held up for justice. So that justice is coming. Justice wheels turn slow, but when they grind up these criminals, and that's what's happening. So the morons that are in the big cities, will they get ground up or will they wake up? Don't hold your breath. They're going to wake up, right? So will they be destroyed within their big cities? I think so, right? I think so. So we're going to see. We're going to see. Hopefully there's hope for them or help for them. I don't know, but there's some serious corruption in those big blue cities, guys. So I would be surprised if that gets unwound in a short period of time before things start to get really violent, right? All right, that's all I got for tonight. I started a little bit late because there was a lot of information, but I got to go cook some dinner. Lots of love to you guys. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time.
All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I got one of the favorites, one of the big dogs, Michael Jaco, man. Jaco, we haven't done a show in a while, man, and I don't know why. We've both been just so busy. I mean, so much is happening. But I know my audience recommended that we do a show together because there's a lot of topics that we'll cover here, but the first one is the Charlie Kirk stuff. And I know that we are totally on the other side of the spectrum on this. I don't believe he's alive. I think he's way gone, but I want to get your perspective on it, and I do that because you deserve to be heard, and everyone deserves to be heard on my platform. So let's kick it off with that first, and then we'll segue into all the other stuff that's going off, that's popping off with Venezuela, Obama. I mean, this war is picking up. Thanks for joining me, Jaco.
Yeah, it's good to be here, David. So we think a lot on a lot of stuff, and we don't completely agree on everything, but as far as my background and the way I look at things, I see the Charlie Kirk thing is pretty much a captured operation where the White Hats have basically captured that. The same thing I think they did with President Trump's assassination attempt in Butler, PA. I think they basically knew that was coming, so they took control of it. I think they did the same thing with Charlie Kirk. Now, when I saw it at first, I was like, okay, that's not real.
Really, I thought it was completely real. I saw, and
Yeah.
the reason I say that, Mike, is because also I had people there. There was people there that I knew very well that saw the whole thing, and they said it was absolutely horrific, and they saw his life leave his body. Everyone trying to carry him dead weight, couldn't get him to the SUV. And when I was talking to him on the phone, there were screams and everything. I mean, so I feel he's gone. But go ahead.
But yeah, the mind wants to make things work. They want to fit things in. We saw that with 9/11. How many people still believe the narrative of 9/11? You know, over time we start to see things that first we don't understand, and then we get more information, and then we're like, okay, this was a captured operation by the deep state. Now, I think this was like I'm saying, a white hat operation. So when I see that, you know, from my experiences, you know, shooting and you know, I've done live tissue where I've kept animals alive that have been shot and stabbed and all kind of crazy stuff. So when I saw the shot, which from a 30-06 should have blown off the side of his head and his neck, should have been gone. He moved into the shot.
Well, could it have maybe not been the 30-06? Could it have been something else that hit him?
But see, this is where we go, where people want to make things fit. So they're like looking around. Well, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, it doesn't make sense because it's not
well,
real.
To be fair, it does not make sense to me, and I will say that nothing makes sense. But my standpoint is the conspiracy that I'm in bed with is that it was a professional hit. It was not Tyler Robinson on the roof. Definitely not him. I don't know. I think the shot came from maybe to the right of it. I guess he was sitting to the right, a little bit behind him. That could have been an exit wound. Could it come from his vest? Could it come from someone in front of him? I don't know, but it wasn't Tyler Robinson. That guy was an Oswald of our era, is my opinion.
Totally. So, and you know, when I back out and I start to look at the bigger picture, so the
a lot of dumb motherfuckers did.
well, before you hit them, but
they get knocked out a lot quicker.
Where do they go? Right?
The body does strange things. I don't know. I mean, I've hit people and they've contorted different ways and fallen, and some guys fall on top of me. Some guys, I mean, the body, when it goes unconscious, it does strange things. You can't, I don't know how the body's going to fall. You know, when you crack somebody, they contort different ways. I had a guy fall straight and break his ankle. I mean, it's different with it's just the body's a weird thing. You know, I'm not an expert on that, bro. I'm an expert at hitting people, but I don't know,
Oh yeah. The body reacts to pain.
Right. And, but I can't tell you how
that would have been very painful.
They do different things.
He didn't go away from the pain. He stayed in that position and fell into the pain. So that's another. So bigger picture, going out, even bigger picture. I don't believe he was. I think he's part of a program because I've been part of programs. And
I hope he is, dude. I
believe he is.
I would
hope so too.
That he's gone because I just don't know what his family would gain from this. I know that he was turning his back on the donors. You know, Candace Owens is uncovering a lot the stuff right now with Israeli donors, and I think that's where my mind goes is to that little country in the Middle East. That's where I think it's, I for some reason just feel it's Israel. I just feel like he was turning their back on the donors. He was starting to question them, and that's a big no-no.
Right. Oh yeah, always. So, and that's probably part of the exposure of this bigger picture that I believe, the white hats in the background are trying to expose. So when I look at the people that are around him, his detail, I see probably former Navy SEALs, and of course, I know how they think and how they work and the way they moved, very, very, very specifically, and the way that everything went down. I'm like, this was a planned operation, completely planned, completely coordinated. Everyone, the way they moved, it would have been something that I would have choreographed as well if I had been part of that team. So that's the way I look at it as well. So then you go into where they planned the event. That was beautiful. So I look at the bigger picture. It awakened a lot of people, and I think that's part of the plan. And regardless of whether you believe it's alive or not, right after that, around the world, there were demonstrations. That's coordination. right? It doesn't happen that quick, that fast. So there was
Turning point, like a
coordination for
literal
lot of
turning
these
point.
events
It was
afterwards.
the
So
turning point for the planet, basically, for humanity.
absolutely, and that's again a beautiful thing. So regardless of whether he was hit, whether it was not, whether it was staged, blah blah blah, we're seeing a movement in a very positive direction, and I think that's very good for humanity. It's good for the United States. The United States is heading this up. We've talked about this for a long time. We've exposed a lot of this stuff. We've exposed a lot of the stuff that's coming, and it's going to get pretty hectic. So this exposure, and then we had was it Benny Johnson or something?
Yeah, he.
So again, I think part of whether that's real or not either, we're going to start to see more of that. We're going to see a lot of more people exposed. Everybody's waking up. So I've moved on from Charlie Kirk.
I've moved on
people
too. I
believe
don't
what
think
they
there's
want
any.
to believe. It's okay. We're all working together, I believe, on a more unified level than we have in any time.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not. I just feel like it's done. It's over. I mean, and I think what he did with his life was amazing.
Absolutely.
I think more happened with his death, to be quite honest with you, or whether you want to believe he's still alive or not in a witness protection program. That's up to my audience to believe. But
Right.
you had a lot of decoys in that audience, like Zim or Zin, I think his name was, that was also there during 9/11. That were taking the blame for it. So this to me was very orchestrated and strategized. Now, whether it was a black cat operation running side by side that the white hat intercepted, I don't know.
Very good, very good. That's what I believe.
Okay, so if that could be a possibility, I'm not saying
Absolutely.
that. But look where this is leading, though.
Black Hats didn't realize it was captured operation, and so they played it off, and they didn't realize, just like in Butler, PA. Now we look at 9/11. We saw that 9/11 that was a complete deep state black cat operation, completely all the way
through. Right.
All the way through.
And I'm not debating that. I'm not one, I'm just like my audience. I just try to ask the right questions,
it's good, man.
My expertise is I'm a pugilist specialist, Mike. Okay, that's where I come in. But I'm just trying to ask the questions my audience wanted you to.
We got to do that. We got to like have people constantly asking questions during this time frame. We have to be, because AI is going crazy now. I have somebody contacted me the other day, and they were like, they're getting their bank account drained, and I'm in AI mode, not me, but somebody is using me in a video, and it's not me, to convince her to like.
Yeah, that's happened to me as well.
Crazy.
I've supposedly taken hundreds and thousands from people. That AI image of me talking. I don't know how they fall for this crap. I don't reach out to anybody. But let's talk about that, because I just had John Pounders on my YouTube channel. So this stuff is picking up, and especially for influencers like us, Mike. I mean, who's to say AI is not running that?
Yeah, sure. But AI at this point, to the most part, is directed. So I think that people have directed AI type of stuff to go after us. And steal from us, and that's part of getting somebody to drain their bank account. That's part of stealing from us, really.
But there has to be a hacker behind it. There has to be a programmer to get to AI to do that stuff, right? Or is it thinking on its own and it's just targeting people?
No one wants AI to run rampant, which unfortunately I think there's probably a little bit of that starting to happen. But for the most part, AI is pretty much controlled. And we have, the cell towers, and that thing went poop, poop in the arm. A lot of people are being affected by the, cell towers. That's already been proven. So how far would this go? Would this go to the point where people are going to be activated, by that stuff? AI coming in and actually building some kind of system within us. And I think that's
what's your thoughts?
Well, that's part of the Black Hat program to take those people that are easily manipulated consciously and continue the programs. So
to me, getting a diploma and your PhD, the whole thing is about memorization, not comprehension, not critical thinking skills. It's not about
thinker. No.
Yeah, it's not. It's what to think, not how to think.
Right. I will take a critical finger off of someone that has 5 MBAs in a heartbeat.
I have friends that are street smart, yet they're criminally street smart, but they're doing a lot better for themselves than my friends that got diplomas and went to college. They're all struggling. Just the way it is. Just the way life
still
is.
here even,
Yeah.
so a lot of those real smart people are not around anymore.
So let's now that we kind of segued away from the Charlie Kirk thing, I respect your opinion. Like I said, I agree to disagree. You feel like it was a white hat op. Do you feel he's in witness protection, or where's Erica? They're just going to be separated for life now and never.
No, I think there's there's doubles. We know there's AI and all that stuff like we just talked about. That can continue. I think there's probably a double playing her part. They're together. Or maybe the whole time they're part of this white hat program, Q team or whatever. So like I said, I've been part of a lot of these programs when I was in the SEAL Team 6 and so forth, even to when I was in CIA. So I used to dress up and look like a local in Afghanistan and walk around and contact people and pass information, get information. So these programs are out there. It's very easy. So when I went to SEAL Team 6, all the other SEAL teams are on a different they're tier 3. SEAL Team 1 is tier 1. I remember when I went to SEAL Team 6, I was like, oh, all the people that had disappeared, they're there. It's like,
wow.
This protection program. It's like, it's crazy. And then you're working, you're doing your own thing. The other SEAL teams don't know what you do. And we're like super, super high speed. So I think there's a lot of people that go over there and they disappear from this reality, our, reality that we're living in right now, but they're in a separate reality doing work. So, and they're doing a really good job right now, I believe, better than ever.
So what's your thoughts? And I know we're kind of all over the place with this one, folks. I'm sorry about that, but there's a lot to cover here. I haven't talked to Mike in a while. What's your thoughts on SEAL Team 6? Because I don't believe they did. I mean, the helicopter crashes, then they dump his body in the ocean. I think Bin Laden was used as a scapegoat for 9/11.
I was there when the op went down. I helped find Bin Laden. And so
well, did you find him, or do you think you found maybe some guy that looked?
Yeah, some double.
He is tall, right?
No one came to me and said, "Yeah, that was a double." But from just looking at stuff, because those are programs, just like I talk about. SEAL teams and SEAL Team 6, they're different programs. You're in your box, you do your thing,
compartmentalized.
Sometimes you interact, and sometimes you don't have a clue what the other side's doing.
So it's easy to manipulate.
Totally. For everybody, because it's like I said, everything is compartmentalized. So if like I'm in my box with my crew and we're doing stuff, we don't let everybody else know because that could compromise us. So by doing that, though, the people that manipulate can get in and do that kind of stuff too. And there's some of us that have looked at some of the stuff we've done. It's like, we got manipulated. That's effed up, So, but
it's kind of like the moon landing. I'm sure everyone in Houston, during the landing was applauding and yeah, we did it. But
they totally believe it was happening.
They believed it was happening. Yeah, it was showing on the screen. They really believed that shit, but it wasn't.
Just like Osama bin Laden, just like we're talking about with Charlie Kirk, same thing. There's actors and screens that are screenplays. Everybody's doing their acting part. Now,
I would agree with you on this. I
talked to the guys that actually did the mission.
Okay, but I would agree with you with Charlie Kirk. I would possibly be on the same side as you, but I knew people there, and they didn't want to come on my show. By the way, they were like told like, "You're not talking about this."
Right. Oh, yeah.
They're scared.
I have someone that I work with that her kids were at the Vegas shooting, so we know that there was some bullshit going on there. Same thing, bullshit going on in real stuff.
A friend of mine was a bartender there, and the guy next to him got his head blown off. Boom, right next to her, and he collapsed while she was serving drinks. No, they said there was a helicopter
in all of this stuff occasionally. Sometimes they're completely controlled operations, and sometimes there's a little sliver that they let come in. so that the black hats think, oh, we're doing it, kind of like, with President Trump. The next that happened on a Saturday. On Monday, we find out there was like they put millions of put options out for the market to crash, and same thing happened with 9/11. So the black hats obviously thought that was really going down, and maybe some people believe that that his ear got nicked, and you can go on that track. I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
I've
know
seen a
that.
video where there's
I-
a guy pushing the media into the scene, and he's like, "Take it." It looked like he was pushing them to take pictures. And
Yeah, see, over time you start to see a bigger picture and start to go, oh, that doesn't fit. That something's wrong here. But there's always going to be that, and that's the way I was with Osama bin Laden when he was. I talked to those guys that were on the mission. They told me about all the stuff that happened because that was my old team. And then I talked to, well, I didn't talk to her, but there was a woman, case officer, that interviewed his wives.
Oh, wow.
And she was like, I'm going to get all this information. And then she came back and she was like she'd seen a ghost, and she
Wow.
didn't say anything. I'm like, whoa, what did she find out?
Dude, I'm not denying that there's not layers and levels to this shit. I know there is. No doubt about it. I'm not saying that at all. I mean, did they?
Right.
How did he? Besides, how did he get Bin Laden? Was he in a cave, or was he herding goats, or what? Where did they get this guy?
Yeah, I know. He was from a very successful family.
How'd they get him? Was it a drone or a shot? Right, it was a shot. He caught him. He got him with his rifle, or what? I don't know how they even got Bin Laden.
They came in and raided his.
They raided his.
Yeah, his helicopters came in. One of them came in. I think the updraft from his walled compound basically upset the aircraft, and it crashed. So I'm thinking that when they practiced, they did it with a non-walled compound simulation, and then when they came in, they should have known better. But shit happens. So they came in and they were fast roping, and they came in low like they normally do with a fast rope, and the updraft from the walled compound basically, made the aircraft get all squirrely, and it crashed.
See, just like they dumped Bin Laden's body in the ocean, they didn't do an autopsy on Charlie Kirk. Now I heard that was because his family, right? I guess it's like he's gone, whatever. We know what hit him. But I mean, that's still a question mark for me. So I will leave the door open on that one. But let's segue a little bit, because I want to get your thoughts on some other stuff that's going down now. So we've talked a lot about the PSYOPs, and I feel like, I'm going to be doing my morning show tomorrow with Jerome Corsi, and
oh, nice.
And I feel like, he's on to Obama. He's really onto this guy. He's hot on his ass, and
awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to show an article here, and I just want to give my views on this, folks. This article here is Obama is now, so he's kind of creating this civil war atmosphere, like he's playing that role. Obama's warnings about democracy fading sound increasingly directed toward the U.S. Speaking with democracy activists recently with Hungary and Poland, former President Barack Obama. So he's out there making his case, warned about the rising wave of authoritarianism sweeping the globe, even in countries once believed unsusceptible to an erosion of liberties. We're seeing politicians target civil society, undermine freedom of the press. What? He's the one that allowed propaganda. He's the one that made it legal for propaganda. Weaponize the justice system. What? You're the one that went after Trump with Russia collusion, and you stole the 2020 election. Obama. So they're doing. I mean, I can't believe the projection they're doing, and no one is being spared. Even countries, even that. I mean, what person with what kind of low IQ would follow this and believe this? Or how can people be so emotionally invested in what this man is saying, almost Obama worship, that they believe this? I mean, I just took this apart in the first two paragraphs.
Yeah. I mean, is this part of the reveal? Is this a white hat captured operation as well? And revealing that kind of stuff, and pushing those last few remnants of Obama lovers maybe over the edge is like, oh, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Kind of like, looking at something and going, I don't know about that was a real Osama bin Laden, So even I am like, I'm questioning it too. And I was literally like 100 miles away, to help out if necessary. But there's a lot of stuff that people are still attached to, and they're trying to like expose all this information. Now, I liked your guest, I think yesterday, that was talking about Antifa. I just saw just before we came on all of these talking heads in the media, the deep state media, basically coming out and saying, "Oh, there's no Antifa. That's all figment of everybody's
Jimmy
imagination."
Kimmel.
Yeah, yeah.
Jimmy Kimmel's one of them. I
Again,
mean,
why did I
to
let
me,
that
that
guy
guy's a
come
national
back?
security threat.
Okay, so when the leftist media is like saying, "Don't look here," then we need to look there, right? So,
Right.
and I think we're going to have a lot of problems coming up. We're not. I know we're going to go to the back channel and talk a little bit deeper, but just give everybody a little taste. We're seeing this.
No,
Saturday,
this is
next
the back
Saturday.
channel. This is the back channel. We'll do YouTube next.
Oh, we are the back channel. Okay.
Yeah, we are. You
Yeah,
say
I'll
what
go.
you go full.
Full bore now. So good. So we see that right now they're next Saturday they're going to have no kings demonstrations, right?
No kings. Right.
No kings demonstrations, and I think that's going to be like George Floyd riots. I saw George Floyd riots, and I said at the time, I was like, this is like beginnings. This is just the beginnings of what's going to come. It's going to get a lot worse because you and I think, and others have said, big cities are, especially Democrat big cities, are going to be the last bastions for these people. But we're going to see attacks in multiple cities, probably maybe hundreds of cities.
But Mike, they got to do this pretty quick because we're going into winter. So I would imagine that whatever kind of thing they're going to, you know what I mean? Whatever kind of play they're going to make, they got to make it fairly quick because it's going to get cold and they're not going to be out there. They're going to be eating their
McDonald's. They're not going to get everybody out.
They ain't out there.
This is their last ditch right now.
This is it. So they better do it October, and all the stuff which is in the colder cities, Chicago, Portland, and those places get cold fast. And they're not going to be out there when the blizzard storms hit.
No, of course not.
So they got to do it now, I think.
Yeah. So I think it's ready to kick off. And
so how do you think do you think that there's an arrest first? Do you think Hillary gets arrested first? Or do you think they just kick it off, forget it, let's go, let's move?
So, I mean, the 18th, 6 days from now, I think it could be the start of it. I can't say for sure what's going to kick it off. There could be multiple things. They could have multiple plans. Like, we'll try this, and if it looks like they're onto us, we'll just back over to this.
Do you think they got to know Trump's going to sign the Insurrection Act. They got to know he's going to make a move. They got to know.
They want him to look bad for doing that. So they're trying. Right. Trump doesn't want to look bad for doing that. He wants to let everybody know. He wants everybody to see, I had to do this.
So then we're waiting on them to make the move.
It could be, well, not really, because we're seeing Trump going in preemptively into big cities already. So he's going into Portland. He's already been in LA. He's starting to do Chicago to a certain extent. But that is preemptive. When I saw that, I was like, God, that's brilliant. I'd never would have thought of that.
Under the guise of let's clean up crime.
Yes. Let's get all those illegals out because that's how they can go in and do it. Because it's part of his, he has to protect America.
By labeling the terrorist organizations, the cartels as terrorist organizations. And has he labeled Antifa a terrorist organization yet? Or is he about to?
I thought that he signed a bill. It's like, maybe it's just all like, I saw that he signed it, but I didn't see anything specific. So there's a lot of rumors, there's all these different things that are flying out there. So Antifa, they're absolutely going to be a problem.
And they are funded because all you need to see is Jimmy Kimmel come out and say, oh, they're not real. It's like the Decepticons. Right. When he made that remark, it's like, dude, that shows they're funded. The same people that are funding you that are telling you to say what you're saying to the public is funding Antifa. That's how big this is.
Beautiful. Yep. So we know that Antifa is going to like your other guest was talking about, and she's a little girl that goes in there and dresses up as the locals, leftist, and they're like, oh yeah, you're a leftist too. So yeah, this is what we're going to do. So she's in there getting information. So that's what I used to do in CIA. So that's very good. We need people like that. So of course they have people like that, doing their thing as well. So eventually what happens is we're going to hammer those guys. I like her because she's like me. I'm like, let's stop playing around. We need to hammer these guys right now. Hammer them.
I agree.
Rest
I'm going
all
to
of
play
them.
this just for a
They
second.
show up. Let's rest them all.
I'm going to play this just for a second, just so people can see.
Somebody like
Nice.
Kimmel who says there is no Antifa. I want you to listen to this sound clip from Kimmel.
There's no Antifa. This is an entirely imaginary organization. There is not an Antifa. This is no different than if they announced they rounded up a dozen Decepticons. We've captured the Chupacabra, everyone.
Okay, so what's happening?
So there you go. I mean, that to me is blatant lies, and he's being used as a mouthpiece. He's not going to stop. You know, I think that man right there is a threat to this country, because that's going to turn more people on Trump, turn more people against a military operation. I think Kimmel needs to be taken out, but taken off stage. I think it's done. I think he needs to be.
Yeah, they already tried that. It didn't work out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can't believe it didn't work out.
And maybe that's part of revealing too. So he's still, trying to, because when people like that talk and they send out messages, because it's not just him. They were like, I saw a clip where, we used to see those, and Trump is like a dictator. And then you have all the leftist, media, and Trump is a dictator, and Trump is a dictator, and Trump is a dictator. So they're doing the same thing with, there's no such thing as Antifa. And so it's basically trying to wake more people up, and it's also an activation. Because when I was in intelligence and CIA and so forth, if you could call it that, there's things that are passed over the media. There's things that are left where people will see them, like billboards and all kinds of crazy stuff that are signaling their sleeper cells. So
that activate them.
You see this, and then you hear this.
Wow.
Okay. It's a activation. So that's
like a dog whistle or like a buzzword or something like that. Then activate.
Absolutely. There you go. Yep. So
do you think these cells are going to be activated for? I feel like they're not going to shoot their load prematurely. They're going to move at the right time. They're going to strike coordinatedly, strategically for the right time. But when is that? I think probably. I would imagine this fall. I can't imagine this going further. Or maybe close to the midterms. I don't know. What's your thoughts on that? When do you think? But I gotta say, it's got to be before the end of 2026. I would imagine. Now, if just wargaming this is what I think.
Yeah, it's trying to wargame it. I think we're in the stages where at some point it could be near term, and I agree with you. If it doesn't happen by this, by the time it really starts to snow and so forth, and get really cold, people aren't going to show up for demonstrations and so forth. Now they could do, the sleeper cell attacks during the winter. There's nothing stopping them from the sleeper cell, because the sleeper cell attacks will be, planes falling out of the air. That's the all the different 1,000+ not Antifa, but Al Qaeda and so forth that have infiltrated the United States during the Biden 4 years, right? So that's already documented. We already know that. So I think that we've been trying to go after a lot of those sleeper cells, and that's what the immigration crackdown. That's part of that, is going after those cells.
There's so many millions here that are unvetted, dude. I remember when I was at the El Paso airport, I could not believe how many were coming in during that time, and I was just sitting there like hopeless. Like, this is an all-out invasion, especially the El Paso airport and Fort Bliss. They were using our military bases to fly these people in from Haiti, from Iran, from everywhere. I mean, they were flooding El Paso, and then I would see them getting on buses and shipped out of Fort Bliss. Man, I was going to report on that, but I thought it was too hot at that time because Biden was in charge,
right?
Supposedly, and there was just too much going on. I didn't want to put myself at risk out there in the middle of like recording the buses leaving from the military bases and stuff. But I saw them. A lot of people saw them, and it just shows you where we're at. But I think fireworks to come. I think this is going to pick up speed like we've never seen before. Now, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Does Trump sign the insurrection or before the event, or does the event happen first? Does an arrest happen and then that kicks off the events? There's so many cards to be played here. I don't know exactly. I'm not psychic, so I don't know, but I can see the options, right? And I'm sure they got supercomputers and very genius people working on this, think tanks, social engineers. military, brainiacs just putting this stuff together, thinking about what move to make next. But no doubt about it, this is interesting, and we're going to see where all this goes. Mike, you want to join me on YouTube for the next, 15, 20 minutes?
Sure.
All right.
Well, Venezuela, I think, is going to get hit.
We forgot to talk about that. Let's talk about that for a second. Go ahead.
Yeah. So from my background, from 35 years plus, working in the military industrial complex, this is a positive. When I was at SEAL Team 6, and this was back in the late 80s, we were already planning back then to invade Venezuela. All the way back
Really? Why?
then. Oh yeah. And there's multiple reasons why. We had gaming, and sometimes we're like, well, there's nothing going on with Venezuela. It's just like a gaming thing. We're just using that as a game piece, and just that country, because sometimes they just make up a country name. But Venezuela,
throw a dart.
they that was part of one of the things that we war gamed for a very long time now. So we're seeing all this movement in the military. We don't just do that just to, practice, right, on that level. And it's not practicing on a level that's like, okay, we're done. We've done that practice. Okay, let's go back home. No, it's intensifying. And that's some of that is to intimidate. There's always part of that. Whether it was when we went into Panama. We did the intimidation stuff before we actually did the hit. We did the same thing in Iraq, Afghanistan. There's always that intimidation thing first. And it's like to see where they're going to move people, and if they back down. Of course, they're not going to back down.
It's also psychological warfare, right? It
Absolutely.
also stresses them out, and it makes them like
very good. Absolutely.
It's like what China's doing in Taiwan.
Yeah. So and then you weaken everybody down. They're like always. They're amped up because you saw how they're like, getting everybody ready to fight the Americans when they come. So that basically wears people down. They're like, they're up and then they're down. It's like, oh, we're going to lose. And then no, we're going to win. We're going to win. We're badass. And it's like, and then they're like, what are we thinking about? It's like, this is the greatest nation in the world. And they're like Marines and all this stuff. So that's like you said, psychological warfare, wearing them down.
The only way I can relate to that is in boxing. When I was in the dressing room and the fights before me, the preliminary fights, some would take all 10 rounds, some would take just 2, a quick knockout, and you'd be up warming up, and then sit back down, wait another, this is going the distance, then get back up. Actually, we're going to put a swing fight on, so then they're going to put an extra fight on for TV, and then you just up, down, and all this time, and you're there I was there with no food in my stomach, nothing, by 2:30, 3 o'clock at the arena. I wasn't fighting till 11:30 or 12 midnight sometimes.
Oh my God.
It was just sitting there in the dressing room the whole time.
So you're obviously a warrior in the ring, and that's the way it is for us warriors.
It's horrible. It was fucking horrible.
We're like, we're up, we're down, we're up, we're down. All right. Get ready to load the aircraft. No, sit back down. We got some other.
Hurry up and wait is what they call it, right? Hurry up and wait. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I look back on that and I'm like, no, God, thank God it's over. But
but
the China-Russia connection in Venezuela. Let's talk about that. So there's a China-Russia. They have a foothold there, and that's really the main reason we're going there, right? There's a couple reasons, but one, the voting machines, right? A lot of it went through Venezuela, Smartmatic and Hammer, right? From my understanding, from people that I've talked to. So there's that. And then there's the Russia-Chinese control factor there that they're putting up a foothold. That's our backyard. And then obviously the drugs and narcotics.
Yes. And then the biggest elephant in the room that no one's looking at is the oil, right? So that was one of the reasons why we were going to go in, because they were kicking out the Americans, taking over the oil, which they eventually did. And it's just gone downhill from then. So look at the Venezuelan people. The Nobel Peace Prize went to the woman that was doing peaceful marches in Venezuela, and she dedicated it to President Trump. Why? Because she knows you can't win just by everybody lovey-dovey, we don't want war. You sometimes have to go in and kick some ass. And that's why she dedicated it to Trump, because he's moving in the direction. She's very happy about that. I'm sure there's a lot of Venezuelans that are happy about that. And American people are going to be happy about that. But eventually what happens is it gets paid for many times over, not only for America, which is going to help them, but massively for the Venezuelan people. That country is a shithole. It should be one of the most prosperous, and was at one point, countries in the world, and will be again, but only if we come in and rescue them from their dictatorship.
So how would you being part of the the Navy SEALs, how would you coordinate to get Maduro? I mean, this could be pretty. I mean, there's 10,000 troops going to Puerto Rico right now. This almost looks like a full-scale invasion they're getting ready to do, that we're getting ready to do. Battleships off the coast of Venezuela. But I would imagine this is going to be left to the special ops to really handle this. So how would they go in there and take out Maduro? Like, do you have any idea how they would do that? Do you want to reveal to my audience?
Yeah, it would be the same way we did.
I would think a drone
Noriega.
would go right up his ass and that would be it. But how would they do this?
No, they want him. They physically
want him alive.
Just like we did Noriega. So we practiced for months and months, and we coordinated for months and months, just like what we're seeing right now. So there's definitely special ops teams that have been practicing to basically come in and get him. So he'll move very quickly, just like Noriega did. Hopefully those guys have learned from that.
Do we have him mapped out? Do we know everywhere he's at right now? Have we pretty much tracked and traced him, or is there places that we just can't?
You can, but there's always that that crazy thing that happened when we did the Panama invasion. We had helicopters that were following a convoy that was leaving, and they said, "We think we have Noriega," and there was some other shit that was going on. It was like, "We don't care, get over here, we need help." And so they left, and then we were hunting Noriega from that point on. And he even admitted later that you were right over my head the first night. And so you never know. There's crazy things that happen in war, just like in regular life. But
so it's also like Saddam Hussein. They found him in a hole, right?
Yeah, yep. And everybody thought, well, we have Saddam Hussein, it's all over. But no, there's, just like will probably happen in Venezuela, he has special ops teams that basically started doing their thing. They got activated, sleeper cells. So they started activating. They just turned Iraq into a real hellhole for a long time.
So do you think that's what they'll do in Venezuela? They'll follow the same?
Probably. Yeah.
And do you think that, I mean, it's only a matter of time before we find Maduro, but we want him alive.
Yeah, we want him, we want to show that, because then all the leaders of the world go, oh shit,
right,
it's bad. Right. And so we want to show that, we're going to bring him to justice and show the world, just how evil it is, just like we did with Noriega.
Okay.
And just like we did with Saddam Hussein. So
and then he can reveal also all the Smartmatic hammer voting discrepancies.
If he does that, he will probably live. He'll be given that choice. Yes.
Awesome. Mike, thank you so much. We're going to go to YouTube right now.
All right, brother.
I appreciate you, Jaco. Appreciate you. God bless.
Yeah,
Where do people find you?
MichaelKJaco.com. Also have a YouTube channel like you now, because everybody's coming
back. Thank God you got it back.
Michael Jaco, yeah.
All right, folks.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. And Ronan, I agree with you. Silver, let's effing go. Right, so it's taken off, isn't it? It's great. It's great being in silver. All righty. John Bolton. Oh, the naughty man. John Bolton, 18 counts. President Trump going to create peace on earth? Is that what we're going to see? Because I think we're moving that direction. Cartel-run cities. And we're going to talk about that. And we're going to talk about how they get funded and how that funding is basically getting taken down, right? So Bolton, President Trump's former national security advisor turned adversary, has been indicted by a federal grand jury in Maryland of national defense information and 10 counts of retention of national defense information. Prosecutors wrote in the indictment that during the time he was national security advisor to Trump, Bolton shared more than 1,000 pages of information about his day-to-day activities with two unauthorized individuals. Both of these people were related to Bolton and didn't have the authority to access classified information. So, a lot of us are judicial seekers, right? We want some judicial justice, right? Judicial justice is coming, is finally arriving, isn't it? And a lot of these people are getting taken down now. Juan O'Savin posted about Tina Peters. Like all of us are very frustrated that she hasn't been released, but it is not just in the state of Denver. It's also the entire U.S. and globally that's being affected. Once she's released, and it will happen, she will be a spokesperson for illegal activities in the voting activity. So we'll see this basically spread around the world when she gets released. So she's going to be quite amazing when she gets released. So former, she had a SEAL son, that parachuting accident. So looking forward to seeing her get released and getting that information out. Now, yeah, there's lots of who's going to be next. All right, who's going to be next for indictments? They're going to come one after another now. All right, one after another. Looks like at least every week, maybe 2 a week, maybe more as things progress. So there's a lot of people need to be indicted. Trump says he's considering strikes on land to combat Venezuelan drug cartels. So that's going to be very interesting. So he talks about striking to combat the flow of drugs from Venezuelan cartels into the United States. So after 5 maritime attacks now in recent weeks on suspected drug smuggling boats, I'm going to show you the most recent one. We're certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well under control, Trump told reporters October 15th, yesterday. Trump made his reports after the New York Times reported the Trump administration has secretly authorized the CIA to conduct covert action in Venezuela and an escalation of its campaign against Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro's regime. So that does not surprise me. Now, I don't think there's military that's involved in this yet. Maybe, but I don't think so. They're probably supplying rebels, if you will, in Venezuela to basically fight back against the Venezuelan regime. So that's very, very likely happening now. So they'll be gathering information, creating, different avenues where potential forces could go to get the best strikes and so forth. There'll be local experts. So the CIA would have to go in through their networks, and they're very good at this. Very good at this. So the U.S. Army would be another one, the Green Beret types. So who knows, maybe at some point they'll be coming in and doing some of this if they're not already. All right. So this is something it's coming. There's no question that it's coming. Now, Venezuela, of course, cartel, they coordinate cartels all over, not just Venezuela, but all over the South America, Central America, and of course in the United States. So I'm going to show you guys that a lot of these cities that are, pushing the immigration protests and so forth are controlled for the most part by cartels, right? Just like Mexico is almost completely controlled by cartels. That's why Mexico would love for the United States government to come in and help. Right? So we'll probably see that. Of course, we're not going to just come in and take down Mexico. We'll coordinate again with local groups and eventually start to take down cartels if that's not already happening in Mexico. But they really need to be taken out in the United States first, right? But President Trump, being very proactive, is starting to hit them at their source, and this will be fantastic going forward, because you take out their communications, their lines of money, and all the stuff that they've been using in the dark web. We're going to talk about that, how the dark web. I got a report from Sarge. All right, so Sarge really on the cutting edge of a lot of this stuff. He talks about how the dark web. He's got former military guys are informing him about the dark web. The dark web is like, imagine the internet that we use. The dark web is 90% more than what we're using right here, right now. So 90% underground stuff. Wow. Right. So that's how they're moving a lot of this information and money of course, through Bitcoin and some of these other altcoins they use to move money around. And amazing levels, like $1 trillion worth of money being moved around, and that's being shut down and locked up and taken away from them. So the money sources that do all of this stuff, of course, President Trump pretty much completely shut down the border. I'm curious. I would be curious to see, what they're doing for the underground, rat lines that they have. We've already seen that they've been taking some of those down. We saw that several months ago. Videos of that, but we haven't seen anything since. So I think that they're really involved in doing that, and we're probably going to see a lot of these underground tunnel systems, underground storage, and so forth for drugs and children and all that kind of stuff, adrenochrome, whatever, is going to get exposed underneath these cities, like Chicago, massive, absolutely, all right, underneath Portland, no question, L.A. We already know there's huge underground systems in LA, all the way back to the Playboy Mansion, all that stuff. Lots and lots of underground facilities, guys. And that President Trump had allocated hundreds of millions of dollars to tunnel warfare, underground dumb warfare, deep underground military bases, right? But it's not just bases. I don't consider it a base if cartel is using it, right? It's maybe a base for their operations for smuggling and money laundering and whatever else they do. But a lot of that stuff, I think, is being shut down. So it wasn't just the military bases for the dark military, but also for these cartels. Cartels are really running a lot of these cities. All right. So that's one of the great things that President Trump is doing by going after the cartels. Right. And the cartels are basically have, like I said, all the way up into the United States. Probably every major city easily has cartel activity in it. Cartel from down south, right? Down south. You would think that the Chicago mob would be like, pissed off about that, but I guess they're not powerful enough to stop it, or they don't work in that. They don't work in those areas. So I don't know. So very, very interesting. How this is shaping up. Now here's a little video. Now, I have said that some of these strikes look like directed energy weapons because you don't see the boat being completely destroyed, and you just see it start to burn, right? And so you don't see a missile coming in. On this one, you see a missile coming in, and it blows it to pieces, right? And there's just burning, stuff on the surface. So the other ones, basically, the hull of the boat was still there. So a missile coming in, hitting a boat would sink a boat, right? It would blow it to bits and sink it. So these boats, the first 4 or so, where you just saw those boats. So we have the directed energy weapon stuff now, right? So we're moving in that direction. So we haven't seen any more cities being burned for a long time. And we haven't seen hurricanes coming in for a long time. And so the next level will be the HARP, stuff that they use to produce more earthquakes. So earthquakes are coming. That's not we can't stop that, but they come in and harp an area that they know is getting ready to, have an earthquake and make that earthquake much worse. So I think that maybe we're seeing some of that stuff getting destroyed, stopped out, and so forth. Remains to be seen, going forward. All right, so let's look at this this one video where they blast the hell out of this boat with a missile. All right, so soon it's going to be on the land. Soon it's going to be happening on the land.
We're following some breaking news right here on Live Now from Fox. Just learning from President Donald Trump via Truth Social that the U.S. has struck another ship there right on.
So he put this on Truth Social, and it's how he ends everything. What does he say? It's like I appreciate your attention to this matter. I love that. It's great.
The Venezuelan coast. We've seen several of these happening over the past several weeks, and now we have learned really just moments ago here that another ship has been struck. First, I do want to take you out to this post right here coming in from the Associated Press. It does say Trump says the U.S. has struck another small boat. Now, he has described them as suspected drug smugglers. Want to pop up some of the video coming in alongside this post right here. Again, this video just coming in from President Donald Trump and Secretary Pete Hegseth. Now, the post itself saying, under my standing authority.
So it's very interesting. You see that boat. It doesn't look like it's moving. It looks like it's stationary. It could be just the way it's, I don't know, but what is this? Is this really a missile hitting this boat, or is what's going on here?
From President Donald Trump and Secretary.
Maybe it's idling, getting ready to take off. But regardless, we're moving in the direction of land strikes on Venezuela, and then basically going in with troops, I believe.
Pete Hegseth. Now, the post itself saying, under my standing authorities as Commander-in-Chief, kinetic strike on a vessel affiliated with a designated terrorist organization, that is a DTO, conducting narco trafficking in the U.S. Southcom area of responsibility just off the coast of Venezuela.
So as you can see, there's really nothing left. There's a little bit of debris on the water. There's burning where the fuel is ignited from the missile strike. But otherwise, that was definitely, as President Trump said, a kinetic strike. Of course, I guess direct injury weapon use is kind of kinetic too, but I look at that as more like it's burning, it's melting stuff, and that's kind of what it did. It ignited, looked like it ignited the fuel that was on board the ship, because of the intense heat, the microwave energy that comes in. So it's very interesting. I think it's basically telegraphing that we are closing in, and we have the kind of control that you're not going to be able to resist, right? And regardless of how many elderly people that you put guns in their hands and have them, sit at tables and go rah, 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 Venezuela, right? Probably some of the military officers that are, indebted to him because he made them military officers because they would do whatever he wanted, right? They don't have integrity, I'm sure. So that's kind of what we're seeing right now. We're seeing this thing is getting ready to go super kinetic, right? And maybe it will embolden the Venezuelan people because they've been under this dictatorship for a long time, destroying their country. They probably bought into, like a lot of people in New York who are going to vote for Mandami, right? Mandami, that he's going to give them everything. And then they're going to find out, right? There's not enough Republicans there to help the Democrats in New York. So the Democrats way outnumber the Republicans and independents. I think there's like 700, 800,000 Republicans and independents and like 2.1 million Democrats. Democrats always vote Democrat, almost always, unless they decide not to vote. But still, you got that many Democrats, that boy's going to be in there and he's going to start giving everything away, right? So you see these shitholes that Democrats have run for a long time. New York is going to be on a fast track once he gets in there. So I hear a lot of people saying they're not going to vote for him. They're going to vote for, I don't know who else they're going to vote for. Like I haven't seen anybody else that's worthy. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be probably President Trump, declaring, some kind of law that military has to come in and take over New York City because it's gone to shit, right? So it will. And we'll just, I don't know if we're going to wait for that process to happen or what, right? So you people in New York, man, I feel for you. Even the Democrats, because you guys think that you got to vote Democrat no matter what. There's not enough Republicans to help you not be stupid, right? So, or to help you out. So you're going to you're going to do stupid and you're going to fail hard, bad. All right. So Georgie girl, you're a New Yorker. What do you say? Silver, Katie. Okay. All right. You guys are having it. Did you even hear what I said? Here we go. Member of Satanic 764 cult charged after a 13-year girl found hanging in parking lot. So what this is, you know, I'm talking about the dark web. Dark web, I don't know if this was the dark web or just the regular web or what. But, I mean, look at this. No lives matter to these Satanists. An investigation by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, of course, and German authorities led to charges Wednesday against a man accused of convincing a 13-year-old to hang herself in Washington state on behalf of a cult-like group, according to multiple reports. German prosecutors charged an unnamed defendant dubbed White Tiger.
You big dummy.
Let's talk about the dark web. How do you get on it? Where is it?
Okay, so the dark web itself isn't a marketplace. Once you're connected to the dark web tour, the onion router, what I was explaining before, you still need to know where to go to visit these horrible websites.
So obviously this is Sean Ryan. It's a show that he did, had this expert come in and talk about all of the dark web. It's a pretty fascinating show. Highly recommend it. So the dark web is out there. This is the way they do the money laundering. This is the way the Democrats money launder. This is the way the cartels money launder. They're all interwoven, guys. All right. So you're going to get a little education.
You know, imagine a very long string of letters and numbers, and the website, instead of .com, it'd be .onion. You can't visit those websites in a regular browser. You have to do that while you're connected to the onion router, which you can download at the TOR's website. And then you could go to a thing called like the Hidden Wiki, and the Hidden Wiki will show you all different categories of these websites with a link to them. And there's marketplaces, there's horrible things on there, like you said, for kids. And there's.
So was this where that little girl and other unfortunate young teenagers, they were on this dark web and they communicated with this beast on the web that convinced them to murder themselves, suicide themselves, right? So there's a lot of that going on. And that's just one example. So here's more.
There's counterfeit money, there's fake IDs, you know, there are all kinds of different websites that do horrible things.
Now, today's program is going to be, the first part is going to be about the dark net, because I just got this information in an email from one of my vet friends. There's two of them, but one of them is the one that converses with me to share information that they're finding on the dark net, and it's a group that goes by Quan. Yes, I'm saying it. I don't know how they pronounce it, but it's like the letter of the number 1, O-N-E, but it's spelled with a Q-N-E. Is that obvious or not? No one knows who they are, really, but they leave their digital signature for anons to know that it was them when something happens on the dark net.
Now, on like the Q post I started seeing and the anons, I started to see on those posts. I wasn't a big follower of them, but occasionally I would go in. I could see, you know, from the information that was being shared that they had been infiltrated and they were spreading disinformation within those webs, within those groups. And then some of that was coming out. So was that CIA? Was that part of, you know, a cover up? Was it part of, you know, bad actors like we're talking about right here? Were they coming in and, you know, spreading disinformation and so forth? And then Anons were picking that up and running with it and spreading it as if it was true. Yes. Right. Yes. On a lot of these cases, guys.
Now, the Q-N-E, I'm just going to say, because I don't want to pronounce it and mess up a word. Y'all know I'm famous for messing up a word. And this sounds like one word that I will keep messing up, because it sounds like one, but it's spelled with a Q, Quan, whatever. The Anons say that they have no idea how the Q&E works, but they have left their calling cards on 5 of the biggest dark websites, with 3 of them actually connected to some of the top banks in the world. And that's very interesting.
All right. So within always, because we're seeing it, you know, we have the lamestream media, which is spreading disinformation. And then you have people like myself, Nino, McKay, all of us are basically spreading, you know, truth as best as we can, fast as we can. but you have the disinformation that people still cling to. Not as much, but they still cling to that false information. So with us sharing this information, sometimes the dark side, the mainstream media, will pick some of this stuff up and disinfo it and criticize it and try and knock it down. They've done that several times to all of us, right? High up in media too, guys, very, very high up. So this is something that we have to be aware of, but also, like Sarge is talking about, they're bringing in good information as well, in seeding and good information. So you have to have discernment, and that's I think we're getting some really good information that's being dropped into the anons right now.
Interesting. And the top dog of these sites was a name called Dark Fi, which is the dark web version of BlackRock, I'm being told. I'm just a messenger, guys, so I don't know anything. So I'm just telling you what my boys tell me. These idiots picked a usable name that doesn't sound threatening, but it was an open source blockchain ecosystem built especially for anonymous engineering, whatever that means. But it provides back channels for asset swaps, drug deals, transfers, and decentralized autonomous organizations. It dealt exclusively in crypto, mostly Bitcoin and others that I will get into. And they said this year alone, in 2025, since January 2025, a total of $1.1 trillion of Bitcoin has been seized. And that is amazing because at any given moment, the value of all Bitcoins hovers around $2 to $3 trillion, according to the market.
So you have to look at this, the 1.2 trillion, whatever, Bitcoin that has been seized by the good guys from the bad guys. So they couldn't use that money to fund their operations and pay people off and buy drugs and sell those drugs and buy children and sell those children and adrenochrome those children, all the stuff that they do, right? So by taking that, by coming in, these super smart, super sharp with high quantum, they have quantum computers, because at some point we'll have a quantum financial system, but the old system has to be destroyed, right? Because we see the old system with these banks, these corrupt banks that we all, bank at, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, I don't know about Wells Fargo, but, Jamie Dimon's bank, all these different banks, JP Morgan, Chase, all these different banks, guys, maybe even Wells Fargo, I don't know. But I haven't heard that, but so I don't want to put anything out and get myself in trouble, but those other banks have been exposed. And so there is definitely corruption within the banking system. We know that, right? The Federal Reserve is completely corrupt, right? Shouldn't even be there. Got there through the Democrats, all right? And we'll see that banking institution eventually be taken off stage completely, and all of its manipulations gone. What does that look like in the future with a quantum system? We're all going to learn about it, right? So I don't know, but they have quantum computers that come in and process information at rates that we can't comprehend, right? And because they're quantum, they have intelligent design to a certain extent as well.
Say another whistleblower says that the only way the QNE could hack and confiscate these Bitcoins is with the superior computer system that has quantum capabilities. I tried to tell you guys, we have quantum freaking computers. Blockchain is the highest form of secure crypto that we know of. So whoever QNE is, they are very powerful. So I'm seeing a pattern. And from this point, I will give you my assessment. And I think this all points to the military alliance cleaning up the negative systems of the world.
Boom. Good job, Sarge. So as you guys can see, it's about an hour long. Icon 2020. He sneaks some really good stuff out there, and I occasionally catch his stuff. I'd like to watch him all the time. I don't have time to do it all, but somebody sent that to me, and I was like, oh, Sarge has got something. Because when people send me something that Sarge has done, it means it's good, right? Good enough to share around. So really good information that comes from Sarge. And then we have to look at, like I said, the Earth is going through changes. The sun is definitely going into, a period where it's helping to awaken our consciousness. But with that increased activity, the Earth changes, right? Poles shift around, climates move around, and like you saw on my deck, it was like there's still a little bit of snow back there, but it's going to warm up and melt it off. But we already got a little taste, and it's very unusual to get that much snow this early on here in Lake Tahoe. So we get snow. We get snow a little bit, but I think we're going to get a very, very, very lot of snow, right? And that's probably going to translate into a lot of other places. They're going to get a lot of snow as well. I've seen some states where the highway system completely just shuts down when you get a lot of snow. So it's not going to be pretty. And that's the major highway systems. I went through, I think it was going up to Tahoe, and I was trying to get up there, and like some of the highways down like snowstorm, and the highways were frozen, and there's like no plows out. Like, we'll get some plows out here, and this is a major friggin' highway. Let's go. All right. So yeah, and I looked up the I'm not going to name the name, but I looked up the governor, and it was a Republican. I was like, what the hell's wrong with you? You're not performing as a Republican would. So I know maybe he took over from some Democrats or something. He didn't have it all lined up. But yeah, there's some states that just completely shut down, guys. Right? You're on your own. And I was like I was trying to do back roads and go around, and had to go back and go down into Colorado and go around and come back up. It was a friggin' nightmare. So we're going to see massive storms this year. Probably, I'm not going to say probably. I know we're going to break records on a massive level. Now, I said that you really need to get ready for this cold that's coming, the freeze, the frost, the snow. And they've done this climate change bullshit lie for years, trying to do this scam green energy deal, which is a complete scam, and but not like it is in the winter, right? Not like it is in the winter. Major catastrophes probably coming for some areas.
In addition to these big earthquakes and these big solar flares, we have another big coronal hole soon to rotate into geo-affected position. And so the sequence of events is going to be this 1, 2, 3 punch from these solar storms hitting Earth. And then we're immediately going to be hit by a coronal hole high-speed stream, which is going to increase the solar wind velocity, drop that solar wind density. And as a result of that, we're very likely to be back in a global earthquake watch, because that low solar wind density seems to very much be connected to high magnitude earthquakes. These two earthquakes here today, the 6.5.
All right, so Stefan Burns, keeping us informed about the sun, what's going on, and he makes really good predictions about earthquakes coming, and that's pretty much it. You get. I'd be crying, brother. I'd have a beanie, a fire, and 2 pairs of socks on. So we're going to see a lot of this solar activity coming in. It's basically, it's been prophesied. It's part of a cycle. The earthquake activity is, for a lot of areas, is way behind what should have already happened. So we're going to see probably some pretty significant earthquakes, like I've been predicting. Now, I thought that we would see it this summer, because when I visualized some of these earthquakes happening in California and tsunamis, I saw it was hot. I don't know. So maybe it's next year. I don't know. So sometimes it's like that. But, I hate to put stuff out, but I get from a lot of people. I get from other psychics. Keep doing what you're doing, Mike, because we see it too, right? So I'm out here in front, I get impelled to put this stuff out. If it doesn't happen, that's good. And some of you will claim, your prediction didn't come true. You're just a fake, whatever. I'm pretty much 95% pretty spot on, but no one gets that, right? So, and I know stuff that's coming sometimes, and I don't put it out because I don't want people to get all excited and they'll start to pull it, right? They'll pull it in. Now, I've talked about this enough, I think, at this point that a lot of you are informed enough to know that your consciousness can push or pull, right? Whatever you focus on. So if you don't want this to happen, then you say prayers, you meditate on it not happening, because that state of mind is very powerful. The meditative alpha brainwave, theta brainwave. We normally, like I'm talking to you right now, I'm pretty much in beta, relaying information. But I'm pretty creative too. I've learned how to actually, when I taught the hand-to-hand course where Navy SEALs started that, I taught guys how to go into state of consciousness, and I'm in it right now. I'm always in wide angle vision, right? I see a lot of stuff, and I see a lot of stuff that most people don't see, right? Because I've pushed my consciousness into those zones. So I do deep breathing, and I, constantly, activate my right side of my brain, my feminine side of the brain. I know a lot of you guys are like, feminine side of your brain? What the hell are you talking about? Yes, it's the masculine, which is the analytical side, the left side, and the feminine, which is the creative, intuitive side, is the right side of your brain. So there's lots to understand about that. And then the pineal gland, which is our antenna to the source, God source, which can relay information to us. And then the heart center, basically, which activates a certain frequency, which is even more than the brain. Far more than the brain. It goes out further than the brain. So that 6 foot distance that they want us to keep, that's so that we wouldn't have that connection to each other, because our frequencies travel well outside of our bodies, but that 6 foot basically keeps us apart, right? So, but don't get too close, right? Right? You ever have those people that get like right up to your face? It's like, what? Get back! What are you doing? It's like, crazy! You're crazy! Get out of here! So, you have to be able to go into these zones of consciousness, and especially during the time frames that we're in right now, I think it's critical. So, I have courses. They're in my description box. So, get yourself intuitivized, right? Or learn how to remote view or remote influence. There's great courses. All right. Now, in my Telegram, and I'm gonna share that with you guys so that you guys see my Telegram site, because there's other Telegram sites out there that I got like 18. I used to have like 27,000, and then it just keeps going down. And I pull up my name, and I have like 10 different sites. One site that says Mike Jaco has like well over 20,000. I'm like, God, stealing my stuff. All right. So Michael K. Jaco. And if you see the 1888 subscribers, that's a good number. Then it's me. All right. All right. Maybe a couple of you guys are going there, so maybe you'll kick it up a little bit. I don't know why. It's crazy. And other people have experienced this too with Telegram and, of course, other channels. So breaking, FBI Director Kash Patel has revealed that nearly 5% of Chicago's 2.5 million residents, or about 110,000 people, are active gang members. And wait till I pull up the information on that. I pulled it up for Chicago. Boy, there's a lot of gangs there. I pulled it up for LA. Way a lot of gangs there. And I pulled it up for Portland. Gangs, right? Gangs are running our cities, right? So U.S. Attorney just exposed that California Democrat officials oversaw massive homelessness fund fraud. Now, you guys know I've been putting this out for a little while. There have been money laundering the homeless to the billions and billions of dollars. You would think all of those homeless would have like a mansion. They should, but they haven't. And here's what happened. Billions of California tax dollars intended to solve homelessness, they had little to no progress. California state officials failed to provide meaningful. Democrats don't do well, guys. They don't manage well. You guys notice that yet? Right? Meaningful oversight over the individuals who receive most of these funds. The state agency paid $26 million for a fraudulent project. The developer did not complete construction. And then the Attorney General goes on to say at least $2.2 million was diverted to pay the person's American Express credit card. Boy, it ran up a big bill. He stole the money. Accountability starts today. We're making public 2 criminal cases relating to 2 separate real estate developers involved in misappropriating millions of state funds intended to combat homelessness. Tragic, tragic, tragic. Such absolute bullshit. Now, Russia has given JFK assassination dossier files. And remember, it wasn't Russia. It was the Soviet Union, which is basically deep state. They're not giving up anything, guys, because they're all part of it. All right, all part of it. All right. And I want to play this. This is really good.
John McAfee here. Yeah, I'm still alive, still breathing, still raising hell. I just stumbled across this wild documentary called Dear Mr. President. And let me tell you, it's...
So that I think that plays where you guys can't hear that. So did you guys hear him talking? I think it doesn't. It just like goes big and it doesn't really play in there. I can't control it. So anyway, that's John McAfee. He's saying that he's still alive and well. What? Okay, so it's CGI. My wife just told me, but I still believe he's alive. CGI, yeah, but he's still out there, and he basically says in this that there's a lot of criminality going on right now. Just stay focused, and at some point I will come back. Right? He'll come back with all the other people that went into witness protection. It'd be great. So Department of Justice brings first Antifa-related terrorism charges in Texas ICE attack. So winning, right? So lots of judicial wins that are happening for us. I think it's going to be great going forward. So let me dive in, and I'm going to expose how the cities are basically drug cartel run, right? As I just related, 110,000 citizens of Chicago are cartel members. What do you think they do? Right? They're just like living there and like just hanging out, enjoying the lakefront and going to bars, eating some good food, right? Shooting some people up like every weekend. Yeah. So, and then you have the governor and you have the mayor. There's no crimes here. They're paid off. They're part of it. Democrat baddies, right? Democrat baddies. Democrat political system is going away, right? I keep saying that, and I'm surprised every day I wake up and it's still here.
Agents throwing tear gas at protesters this week, and now there's new video of a deliberate collision as agents chase down 2 suspects. People who live there say they are now living in fear. Usher Qureshi spoke to some of them, and he joins us now. Usher, good morning to you. What can you tell us?
Here at the ICE facility in Broadview, which has been a flashpoint for recent protests, the scene was calm last night as demonstrators obeyed a new protest curfew put into place by the Broadview mayor. But it was a different story elsewhere in the Chicago area earlier this week. And a warning, some of the video you're about to see may be disturbing. This video shows the end of a high-speed car chase in Chicago Tuesday. DHS says U.S. Border Patrol agents driving a white SUV intentionally hit the back of a car to apprehend 2 undocumented immigrants.
Boy, They were very dedicated to get out of there, weren't they? Part of the drug cartel, I betcha.
Police say a crowd formed, and as officers moved in to calm the scene, some people threw objects at federal agents. In response, the agents deployed tear gas.
So here you have the locals, right? The local drug cartel neighborhood, I guess, that basically is not liking these people taking away, or narrowing down on the way they make money, right? So this has happened already in California. I'm gonna show you another one in California, how they're like supporting the families of illegal immigrants that are taken, so that rents, they're not thrown out and they're like, they don't have a place to live. So California is going to be like, you have to support them. Like, imagine you have property and you rent it out, and the person you rent it out to, you know, probably has more people come into that house, and some of them are bad, and they get rounded up and taken away, and they were part of drug dealing and all kind of stuff that was paying the rent. So now the rent doesn't get paid, and now California, another corrupt, as you just saw, state, is going to make the people that rent the property, you know, just suck it up. It's unbelievable.
Both protesters and officers, and made several arrests. Juanita Garnica says her 16-year-old son was detained.
Nobody called me. Nobody did anything.
In recent weeks, we've seen confrontations with immigration officers escalate across the Chicago area, sparking fear and outrage. Federal agents detained this young man outside a Walgreens and pulled this woman out of a car near a school.
Okay, so we don't know the full story, but that little 16-year-old was probably trafficking drugs. And this woman outside the school was probably trafficking drugs to kids. So you're going to see these people come in and go, like that one woman's probably, okay, ready, cry. And then they start filming, right?
DHS accused her of stalking an ICE vehicle.
They don't have a warrant.
And this video shows ICE agents slamming a man to the ground. He was carried away on a stretcher. What's the feeling in the community right now?
So sad, scary.
On Wednesday, this group canvassed homes and businesses, sharing information about people's rights during immigration enforcement.
I've never seen immigration enforcement done in this particular manner with this level of aggression.
Former acting ICE Director John Sendwig, who served in the Obama
administration. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're not going to listen to you. Shut the F up. Right. So that's pretty much where we're at with Chicago, guys. Now, I'm going to share the screen so you guys can see. I just did an AI overview. I just put it in Chicago cartels. Ask this for probably any city, and AI is gonna hook you up with information. I just did the ones that are having problems right now, the 3, right? So right here, major cartels, particularly those operating out of Mexico, and it could probably put in there Venezuela as well. But Venezuela basically controls the Mexican cartels as well. Have established a presence in Chicago by working with local street gangs to distribute drugs. Conflicts with local gangs, the arrival of cartels has led to direct conflict with existing Chicago street gangs, such as the Black P-Stones, Vice Lords, and Black Disciples, contributing to the city's violence. So that's how you're seeing all of these shootings, because it's rival gangs fighting for territory. And then innocent people, you know, get caught in the crossfire. Use of local gangs. Cartels do not typically operate at the street level themselves, but instead supply large quantities of drugs to local gangs for distribution. So here's some of these gangs. Gangster Disciples, considered one of the largest and most successful street gangs in U.S. history. The Gangster Disciples are deeply involved in drug distribution, crack cocaine, heroin, and marijuana. Vice Lords, pretty much the same thing. Latin Kings, involvement in firearms and drug trafficking. El Rucan, historical gang, formerly known as Blackstone Rangers, all the way back to the 1980s. They also are trafficking cocaine, heroin, before their leadership was dismantled by law enforcement. So this is what's happening there in Chicago and some of these other places, because ICE is really cracking down and law enforcement is getting involved. Like you saw in Chicago, that the Chicago police are basically saying F you to the mayor and of course, the governor for telling them to stand down. They're like, "F you, we're gonna do our job," and they're doing it. So hats off, salute to those guys. Support them. Support your police that are doing the right thing, guys. Modern gang structure. They have loss of central leadership, and this is part of the cartel. This is part of the cartel in the United States to basically, take down the leadership within the entire United States. Every city, every county, you name it, they're trying to destroy our political system, our voting structure, and on and on and on. So loss of leadership. The incarceration of many top gang leaders has broken down communication and control within organizations, which is good because it makes them vulnerable to being taken down completely, which they're doing in Memphis. And if you saw my video last night, you saw the National Guard, which was called in, and the mayor and the governor and everything wanted that to happen. And walking the streets, Memphis is probably going to turn around. Beautiful city. Blue suede shoes, especially city. So I love that city. Had a lot of times there. So hopefully you get back online. Great food there. If you've never eaten Memphis, oh my God, that's great food in Memphis. All right, it's worth it to go to Memphis. Just factionalism. Many individuals now associated in factions or cliques rather than obeying the traditional structures of their larger gang names. So lots of violence going on there, and that's the structure. That's what's happening in Chicago. So they're trying to basically destroy the old gangs and come in and pay off the local politicians, the mayors, the governor, and so forth, so that they can do their illegal activities. So that's why there's lots of crime, gang violence, and so forth that's going on there in Chicago. All right. State of emergency, ICE immigration raids. See, these politicians are so corrupt. It's disgusting to me. How are they allowed to even be in these communities, let alone, create laws? It's unbelievable. So state of emergency, basically, they don't have to create a law. All right. So it goes on to say a study from UC Merced, obviously corrupted, somebody was paid off, calculated that the mass deportation of California's undocumented residents, that's illegal. That's illegal residents. Hello. So they want to, shift the names around. So undocumented. Oh, they're undocumented. No, they're illegal residents who make up an estimated 8% of California's workforce would create a $275 billion hole in the state's economy. Why? Because they're working for almost nothing. They're slaves to this Democrat system in California, and they want to keep it, just like they wanted to keep it in the South, right? Civil War, right? The program introduced by supervisor, here's the name, Lindsay Horvath and Janice Hahn, allows the country to coordinate intra-agency response and request state and federal assistance to help affected communities. So they get it anchored here in California, and they can use it all around the states, guys, every state. This is what they're trying to do in California. California government needs to be removed, all of it, right? Well, maybe one or two not, but pretty much all of it. And if we don't get there, then the cartels basically get more powerful, I guess, right? So here's LA cartels. You got to know quite a few of them. Again, Mexican drug cartels use Los Angeles as a global hub for drug trafficking and distribution. So you got to know that they're obviously very powerful there throughout the entire political spectrum, probably even in the law enforcement to a certain extent. Who knows, maybe a lot. But they are influencing on a massive scale. And if they're trafficking worldwide, holy cow, from LA, no wonder Trump wanted to go in there and like take down LA, right? And why they fought back so hard. So the distribution hub, Mexican cartels included Sinaloa Cartel and Cartel de Jalisco Nueva Generacion, right? I don't know if I pronounced it right. Rely on the Southern California region as their primary entry point to distribute drugs across the U.S. LA needs to be taken down. We need to wall it up, shut it down. All right. Gang alliances. Mexican cartels cooperate with powerful local gangs like the Mexican Mafia, which controls numerous Southern California street gangs to manage drug trafficking operations. So they talk about command structure. Raids conducted by the FBI and LAPD have exposed these connections. Now, this was interesting to me. It's showing how local gangs like Rancho San Pedro pay taxes to Mexican mafia bosses in prison, who in turn coordinate with Mexican cartels. How are these guys that are in prison coordinating with Mexican cartels? Wow. That's incredible. And I've been in some of these prison systems. I did one in Australia. And we talked, we had the prison warden was telling us that, and the reason why we're doing it because the Aussie SAS Special Air Squadron, they basically, if there's terrorism in the country, unlike here in America, we have the FBI, HRT, Hostage Rescue Team, they basically respond. So it's the Army, Special Forces group that responds. So there was a prison riot, and they came in and they were going to like take down the prison. I guess the word got out that the SAS is coming, so they stood down. But we went in and they were showing us, it was old stone and everything, built back in the like early or mid 1800s. It was a crazy prison, and he showed us where they used to hang people. They don't hang them anymore, and I guess in Australia. But there was where the gallows was. They would struggle, and there was like in those stones, there was kick marks on both sides and it was grooved out deep. I was like, wow, how many people? He's like, I don't know, thousands. I was like, really? Jesus. So they don't mess around in Australia when it comes to criminality. Of course, the real criminals are the political system there in Australia. But he was telling us that the people into prison, especially the higher ups into prison, that come from like crime families and so forth, they get whatever they want. Whatever they want. All right. I was like, wow, interesting. So anyway, Sinaloa Cartel, Cartel Jalisco, and Mexican Mafia, La M. Looks like an American prison gang that controls and coordinates the drug trafficking activities of numerous street gangs. What the heck? Right? They're controlling the street gangs from prison? Holy moly, what? I thought we sent them to prison to like stop all that stuff, but they're still doing it. So that it sounds like the prison system needs to be reformed in California too. Jesus. Or maybe it needs to be reformed all over America. I don't know. That's insane to me. Wow. All right. So moving on to Portland. America's most beautiful city at one point in time, right? Not so much now. Long gone. All right. Long gone. Now, there is, because I talk about this, the people need to like really start to push back. Otherwise, this is going to continue because there's not enough law enforcement. We, the people, have to get involved. And maybe that's what the storm is. We, the people, we're the storm. That's a possibility to me. All right. So look at this. This is Dr. Steve Turley. He does good work.
For the first time in years, Antifa no longer has free reign to terrorize innocent people. They're being arrested. They're being pushed back. And most importantly, they're being exposed for the cowardly terrorists they really are. Because of what you, the patriots of our nation, did on November the 5th, consequences are finally coming. And it's not just for these useful idiots on the streets of Portland. No. President Trump has made it clear he's going after the financiers of this insanity and shutting them down completely. Reports are that the FBI, the IRS, even the Treasury Department are actively investigating the likes of George Soros and other billionaire activists for financial ties to what are now officially domestic terrorists. And it already has a number of Antifa-linked activists on the run, literally fleeing the United States for Europe. Now, of course, the legacy media, they're going to do everything they can to hide all of this from you. And that's because the legacy media masquerades as objective journalism when in point of fact, they're just agenda-driven activism wrapped up in the appearance of news. These narratives don't inform, they manipulate, leaving millions of people wondering where to turn for the truth. But fortunately, there is a solution. Ground News brings together.
All right. So there's plenty of solutions, and one of them is like watching my channel. There is a lot of information out there that's being shared, and it does make a difference going forward. Now, one of those things that makes a difference going forward is silver, right? And I know a lot of you crypto bros are like, thinking crypto is the way to go. I don't think so, right? As you saw, money laundering is massively used. Crypto's massively used by money launderers. So I don't know where crypto goes. And a lot of people are like, well, President Trump likes back crypto. Well, President Trump does a lot of stuff like that to expose stuff too. I don't know. We'll see. All right. Now look at silver. Look at gold. Obviously, down day for the market. And crypto, down day for crypto. Let's look at crypto. What's crypto doing now? It's up a little bit, but it's down big for the day. XRP down massively. It was at 245, I think, earlier today, and now it's at 230. So it's not showing it's kind of recovering a little bit. So they give it a little. But look at gold, $142.70 today. It's up. Wow, right? But you always look at the percentages because that's really what you want. You want the percentage increase. And like I said, we're going to start to see dollar days in silver, and we're going to start to see, we've already seen one that's become common. Now, as you see here, there's $2, that's a $2 day. $3 days are coming, then 4, then 5, all the way up to 10 and more, guys. Just like we're seeing right here with gold going up $142. I don't know if we're going to see silver go up that much a day, but percentage-wise, as you guys can see, it is up more than gold, and that's pretty typical. All right, so we're going to continue to see, I think, and it might recover a little bit next week and into the following week because that's when the Fed is going to cut rates again for a quarter point. So we are in an AI bubble, just like we were in a dot-com bubble back in 2000, 1999 into 2000. We could see it just go crazy up, right? So I think we're going to get a little bit of a pullback, and then it's going to go crazy again. I could be mistaken. This could be a rug pull for the financial system. I don't know, but you want to have your money in silver, right? And you crypto bros, you better be careful out there, right? You guys who put your money in banks, better be careful out there. So it might not be this week, might not be next week, might not be months from now, but it's going to happen. These banks will fail and fail massively, right? So all the different things are coming in. We're seeing that the banks were laundering to Jeffrey Epstein and all that stuff. That's just one. And then we have bank failures, I think, are going to start because of the silver skyrocketing. They had massive short positions, and they're going to be taking on the chin, massive. So I say buy silver like it's going out of, and it is. It's going to get real scarce. All right, it's going to get real scarce, and it's going to keep going up a lot. All right, so let's look at the Bitcoin. The Bitcoin chart is not looking so good. All right. Now I said if it broke, let's see, I said if it broke, like, what was that? If it broke 110 or 109, it's going to go a lot lower. So right now, I think it's at 109. It was down 108 earlier. I think it's probably going to go down to probably about 98 before this. So if you're a Halloween trick-or-treater, here you go. You're going to get a lot of slaughtering going on, because that's what they do in Halloween, the witches and the warlocks, and they made it a game so that we all celebrate it and we don't realize that it's very, very evil, right? So and then there's people that are like, well, it's evil, but we're doing it. We're gonna take it on and we're gonna make it good, right? No, they're basically taking something that's evil and making it good. Really? All right. So yeah, many of us haven't celebrated Halloween in a long time. We just shut the doors and turn off the lights, right? When I haven't even seen kids in years trick-or-treating. It's just crazy. I think a lot of people are onto this. So hopefully more of you guys are. But as you see here, yeah, it looks like Bitcoin, as you guys can see here, got slaughtered. It was at its all-time high. I said it would probably hit a high of 125. It did, 125 and some change, and then it started coming down, and then it collapsed. And now it looked like it was coming back, and then now it's collapsing again. But you crypto bros, you know what you're doing, so good luck. Right? So now look at a really good chart here. That's silver. Like we saw, is up very nicely. Gold is up very nicely. Crazy highs. Dow Jones, not looking so good. S&P, not looking so good. NASDAQ, not looking so good. So will there be a pullback tomorrow? Remains to be seen. I think there's a possibility that there will be. If there's not, there's not, whatever. But you see this low back here where it gap lower. It's probably going to come back and test that. So that's 552 for the triple Qs. Yeah, that's way down there. So maybe not that far. So I think it's probably going to be this one, 559. That's what I was looking at. Yeah. So 559, that's about 40. So we'll probably see about 400 or so decrease in the NASDAQ, I think, over the next, probably tomorrow, maybe the next day, over the next day or whatever. And then we'll probably turn around or not. Maybe it'll go down lower, because I said I thought it was going to be a 30% correction, but we got the Fed going to reduce rates week after next. So that's probably give a little goose to the stock market. We'll see. At some point, it's not going to help. You have Witches Night out on Friday the 17th. That's tomorrow. Good luck, Kathy. Witches Night. Are you participating in that? All right. So cartels run the show in a lot of these big cities, guys. That's why these Democrats do what they do, because they're controlled. They're paid. They're controlled. Probably their staffs for a good portion are controlled and paid, right? So yeah, Christmas means going to mass on Christmas in a Catholic church. It is a Christian service. It is not gifts. Good. Yeah. So we can celebrate Christ year round. We don't need like one special day, right? And there's evidence that he wasn't born on that day. All right. That was somebody else's day. So they just put it in there. That's the Romans, right? They wanted to get as many people involved as possible, so they put a lot of those things like what's the other one? And Santa Claus. That's a bad story about Santa Claus too. Wow. So lots of craziness that's being exposed. A lot of people don't really celebrate those anymore, and that's going to really hurt a lot of businesses. So, but you'll just take that money and apply it somewhere else, right? And shop somewhere else in different times, and give gifts for some other occasion, for birthdays, instead of that materialistic Luciferian twist to Jesus, man of light and love, right, and peace. So stay in the love vibration. stay peaceful, unless you can't. Right? You got to protect yourself or your loved ones. All right. So, but we're going to see some craziness. You're like, it's going to get crazier. Yeah, you know it is. Way. All right. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. And I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So President Trump is pushing back on the deep state in our cities. We know that we have some serious problems in our cities. They're full of criminals. The Biden administration let in millions of illegal aliens. And of course, we have lots of terrorists. By some accounts, there's over 1,000 known terrorists that were allowed to come into the United States. Sleeper cells. So these sleeper cells at some point will be activated in these big blue cities. When I did a show with Nino Rodriguez and David, and we talked about probably going to happen before it gets really wintry, right? So right now, most of the country is experiencing some good warm weather. Here we had a little early. I've lived here in Lake Tahoe for many years. I left for a few years, went to Florida, but this is a very early snowstorm. So I kind of predicted that we would probably see a lot of snow this year. So it's starting early, right? This will probably be melted off by this weekend when we're supposed to have temperatures in the 60s. So I will be down on the beach, on the lake, the lake beach, in a few days. And that's the beautiful thing about this area, whether it's Nevada, California, whatever, beautiful mountains, and you can lots of different things. Water's everywhere. So we love to participate in all of the beautiful things, right? So that's what I love about being up here in the mountains. You've got access to a lot of different things, and it's somewhat safer than from tsunamis. So are they coming? I don't know, but man, it does look like things are moving that direction because we're getting a lot of interaction with the sun, lots of energies coming in, wave after wave. It's building up, and at some point, I think it's going to really release. So I've seen it, and a lot of other psychics have seen it. So California could be getting hit pretty good. But let's look at all those cities. So one city that wanted troops, and they're like, "Oh, you're sending troops to cities that have high crime rates?" So Memphis, Tennessee requested federalized National Guard troops, which President Trump was happy to do. And so they're there, and they're doing a great job. Of course, they did a great job in DC, not so much in LA because they have a lot of people fighting them, cartels and so forth. Same thing in Portland, and same thing in Chicago. Now, I'll talk about it. There's an article where the cartels in Chicago are offering rewards to high officials in ICE, up to $50,000. So it's pretty much on in some of these cities. Now, what happens? Let's say they've been in Portland. Remember when Trump was in office last time and had the George Floyd riots? Portland just blew up. Portland, Seattle, Minneapolis, all kinds of cities burned or were taken over by criminals. And we're not going to see that change this time unless we get in there and start taking action. So I think that's what President Trump is trying to do. Will he invoke the Insurrection Act? I think he will at some point. And he's going to start going because he's getting a lot of resistance from a lot of political types, right? I don't know how they can still walk the streets. When political types call for violent action against ICE and federal agents that are trying to get illegal criminals off our streets, that's crazy to me. That's crazy that they can still walk around. I think with the Insurrection Act, some of them might start to get arrested. So I know we look forward to that, but will that be the cure? Will that be the cure in some of these big cities? Absolutely not. Portland has been rioting against ICE agents for over 100 days. So it hasn't let up. Chicago, as I'm going to show in a video, they attacked ICE agents that were basically in pursuit of criminal aliens. The criminal aliens wrecked their vehicle, and when the ICE agents got out to arrest them, they were pelted by local citizens with eggs and so forth, right? So when you got the local, citizenry that's not, that doesn't want it to happen, and it needs to happen, you're going to have conflict. So that's what's going to happen in a lot of cities going forward. New York probably is going to be really, really tough. That's a big city, and you have anti-Trump derangement syndrome massively in New York. So we'll probably see the same thing in Boston, and I don't know how many. I made a prediction there was going to be like 19 different cities. Some people have said 17, others 14. It remains to be seen. Probably a lot of violence in a lot of cities going forward. So let's look at Memphis, right? Memphis is doing good because people are open to it because they got a problem there in Memphis. Memphis is a beautiful city. I've spent a lot of time in Memphis. I've been to shooting schools there, Shaw Shooting Academy. There's a breaching school there, T's Breaching. I don't know if they're still there, but when I was in, I went there when I was in SEAL Team 6, and then I was in the regular SEAL teams and charge of training. I would take teams or platoons to the shooting school. So we did a lot of shooting there. And then afterwards, we would go to Beale Street and hang out, have a good time. It was a great time. Beale Street, I took my kids and took them to Graceland so they could see Graceland when they're little. Fantastic, Elvis's home. So lots of great things, but it's deteriorated over time. Criminal activity, bad, decisions from politicians and so forth. But Tracy and I just went through Memphis on our way here from Florida, and we stopped and had a great meal. The food in Memphis is over the top. God, what a great place. So it's the people there want their city to be cleaned and the violence to be taken out. So great job on the people in Memphis. National Guard, as you see here, joins Memphis State Task Force, begins patrols in city. So you see them, they're checking vehicles that are suspect. And they get back in their vehicles. Here it is, Memphis Police Department and members of National Guard patrol alongside Riverside Drive, very famous, area, Beale Street. Great place to hang out, eat food and party, listen to great music, blues music. So you see here, getting the fist pump. Yep. Glad you're here. So good job. Good job for the National Guard. And, Beale Street, B.B. King Boulevard. I've been all over Memphis. It's a beautiful city. So glad to see that some of these cities that have been, overrun by criminals, cartels, and so forth are getting turned around. So obviously the citizens like it, and it's going to happen for them. Now, why is Chicago different? Why is Portland different? Why is LA different? Now, San Francisco just asked President Trump to send troops. Wow, San Francisco. Yeah. One of the most beautiful cities in America for a long time. Same thing with Portland, but Portland doesn't want them. San Francisco, what happened? Nancy Pelosi's, haunt, Gavin Newsom also. How is it that San Francisco, and we'll see. So somebody might have said, hey, we want troops here to clean up San Francisco, but we're going to see what the Dems do about that, right? That's the problem. The people want it, but these Dems, Democrat demon rats, basically don't want that. And so they influence people through their, through the press and so forth, to go to violence and to push back on it. It's very sad. It's very sad. So Memphis, I know some of you guys might have heard a song by, what's that artist's name? Mark Cohen, I think it is. Walking in Memphis. Yep, Mark Cohen. I pulled it up. We'll play a little piece for you. It's a beautiful song. Whenever I think about Memphis, I think about this song. And it's really haunting. So I wonder if those National Guard troops have blue suede shoes. I do. So from that song, so I got some blue suede shoes because of that song. I had to do it. All right. So we know that Elvis is still alive. All right. So Pastor Bob Joyce is not going to say right out that he's Elvis, because he's been, I don't know, maybe witness protection program for a long time, and now he's come out. There's a lot of people that have done the background investigation on him, and they're quietly saying that that is Elvis. So pretty cool. So those people that go into witness protection, sometimes, as in his case, I guess, they come back. So very cool. How many more are out there walking around that we don't know about? All right, chaos in Chicago, of course.
Chicago neighborhood ended in a crash. ICE agents say the driver was an illegal immigrant trying to flee arrest. Residents at the scene began throwing eggs and rocks at the agents, who in turn fired tear gas to disperse the crowd. The incident highlights the growing risks for federal officers. The Homeland Security Department is reporting Mexican cartels are now offering cash rewards.
So check this out. $2,000 for information on where ICE agent or his family lives. Wow.
$2,000 for intelligence on officials and their families. $5,000 to $10,000 for kidnapping.
It happens on occasion there. So now what does President Trump say about that? I say it's BS. And the poor people of Chicago, I've been to Chicago, Windy City, beautiful city, also great food, and lots of beautiful areas. But man, it looks like a shithole with all these people demonstrating.
I talked about crime, but I never knew that we were going to get into it like we did. Chicago recently had one deals in one weekend, and they said, well, yeah, but it was a holiday weekend. They actually told me that was the reason, like it was okay because it was a holiday. It was Labor Day. These people are the worst. They really have to, they better, I tell you what, the people in Chicago and the people in places like that, they can be fixed. At some point, it gets to where you can't fix it.
So they can be fixed, like Memphis, like DC, all right? Like a lot of cities that probably need them. I see you guys like, send them to this city, send them to this city. We need them. So that's possibly coming, right? Very possibly coming for a lot of cities. And, the places where people want it, it'll probably get turned around really quick, like he's saying. But the longer it goes on, like a Chicago or a New York or an LA or Portland has allowed stupidity. I remember going to Portland, gosh, when I was in my at 20 years old. So that was 45 years ago. I remember going to Portland, and it was a magnificently beautiful city. But even back then, they were just allowing bums and homeless people just to sleep and roam around all the way back then. When you have that kind of mentality in the political spectrum, eventually it's going to lead to what we're seeing in Portland now, a complete chaos, breakdown of the system. Most people are frustrated. They want it to change, but they have a political system that is stopping it from changing.
Anymore. It's too far gone. And we have some cities like that. But these are great cities that can be fixed. I'm going to be strongly recommending, at the request of government officials, which is always nice, that you start looking at San Francisco. I think we can make San Francisco. There's one of our great cities 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and now it's a mess. And we have great support in San Francisco. So I'd like to recommend that for inclusion, maybe in your.
All right, so that's coming. That's coming, sounds like, for San Francisco, because the city officials want it. They're asking for it. So this can absolutely turn around in places that want it, and the political hierarchy that wants it and allows it. So we're going to see this happen in a lot of cities. A lot of cities in America really, really need it bad. Once incredibly beautiful cities. So Albuquerque, New Mexico is one of them. I remember I've gone through there for decades, traveling back and forth across country. Is one of my favorite places to stop. When you stop there now, you're going to see homeless and drug addicts all over the streets now. And in some places where we went to eat at a real nice Mexican restaurant, and when we went in, it wasn't so bad. But when we left, it was closing time. They close early, and they have gates in the restaurant. So they were closing the gates. So we went out through the gates, and they closed them behind us. And we went down the street. We could see why, because it was like homeless and drug addicts everywhere in massive numbers. And that's just one area. That was just one area we're in. So Albuquerque absolutely could use some help. All right. So there's lots of cities out there. Detroit is still awful. I thought Detroit had made a turnaround. So Detroit sucks. So, Detroit has had, I guess, Democrats in charge of Detroit for like 45 years or something crazy. Detroit used to be also very beautiful. And I think at one time, the second wealthiest city in America. Of course, they had auto plants there and everything, steel plants, all kind of crazy stuff. But yeah, that's all been lost. It's all been, unfortunately. From Chicago here, stay alert, stay alive. Yeah, definitely. That's sad that you have to put that out for all your peeps. But if you live in that area, that's true. Now I was flying. I think we're flying from overseas, and we stopped in Chicago for a little piece, and we went downtown to a really nice steak restaurant, very high end. I can't remember the name. You guys, I looked it up, and it was like one of the best restaurants in all of America. I was like, I got to try that one. So we went down there, and it was magnificent. And same thing. Once we left the restaurant, and we got an Uber ride back to the hotel before we took the next flight out. Homeless, nastiness. It was sad, very sad. So yeah, there's lots of problems in American cities. It's pretty much the Democrats, guys. I've been saying it for a long time. Democrats got to go, and they're on their way out. So we can be happy about that. Once they're gone, we'll be able to clean these cities up. But some of them are going to resist. They're going to resist all the way to the end. I think Chicago, New York, Boston, like I said. I'd have to look at the map that I picked out, all the ones intuitively that I felt were going to be problems. And other people have said similar things. But yeah, there's definitely, we're going to lose some cities. They're going to be destroyed. Chicago is probably going to be destroyed, right? Portland probably destroyed, but who knows? Maybe not. If the citizens get involved enough, but you got to be careful with that, because these people that inhabit these cities and these cartel members, like you saw, a high-ranking official in Chicago that's involved with ICE, right? So and now I've seen that some of the areas in Chicago are working. The citizens are working to send texts to each other if ICE comes into the neighborhood, so they can come out and resist, right? So you guys in Chicago got some real issues there, real problems. I feel for you, because it's, for a long time, Chicago was like, it was one of the biggest cities in America. The cattle barons ran the cattle up there and then moved them all across America. So right on the Great Lakes. So there was all kind of, still is, I'm sure, commerce and so forth going through Chicago. But beautiful city, but looks like it's seen better days, unfortunately. And if we don't get some help in there, it's going to go to ruin, and unfortunately probably will to a certain extent. Yep. So completely run by Democrats, and Democrats are destroying it. So Portland, ICE protesters are showing up dressed as like unicorns and frogs and rabbits and all kind of crazy stuff. What's going on with this? What is this nonsense? Why Portland ICE protesters are showing up dressed as giant inflatable animals? So from what I could see, they weren't really giving a good reason, because there is no good reason, of course. So on Monday, a group of 5 frogs, perhaps technically in an army, of course, this is a Portland newspaper, Oregon Live, Portland, right? So it's like the press supports this bullshit. The government supports this bullshit. The people are disgusted with it. But still, this small percentage of people are able to run ramshot over everybody else. So zebras, frogs, unicorns, chickens, and clowns. So the frog contingent has grown steadily since protester Seth Todd was pepper sprayed by officers while wearing an inflatable frog suit. So a live streamer who asked not to be identified due to concerns about harassment, right? It's okay to harass those of us that are like me, and boy, do I get harassed. But for these guys, please don't harass me. I'm only going to put my first name out there. So Portland Freedom Frog, what the ICE protests needed, he thought, wasn't just more frogs, but a fully inflatable menagerie of squirrels, sharks, raccoons, and more. When you have people in inflatables bouncing around, it's going to be very difficult to say this was a war zone. This was a riot. Right? You're pretty clever there, Jordy. It de-escalates with ICE. No, it doesn't. Those guys can't really come up and hammer ICE like some of these people are. So you have like this inflatable frog, and you got this, cretin that is an absolute, mind deranged idiot that comes in and spits and beats on, ICE officers, and he gets hauled away. Probably going to spend 8 years of the rest of his portion of his life in prison. And you got a frog there, and that makes it okay, Jordy? What the hell? See, this is the problem in a lot of these places. These people are distorted in their consciousness tremendously. And they're out there creating this facade that they're helping illegal immigrants, because anyone that comes to America should be allowed to be here and get tax in those of us that work and pay taxes, it should be okay for us to like fund them while, you know, we have people that are losing their jobs and becoming homeless because they lose their jobs, military veterans that, you know, have PTSD that end up on the streets, all kind of crazy stuff, guys. But yet we're supposed to support illegal aliens, and they get better treatment, better, you know, money and free healthcare and so forth. Our seniors don't get that, right? This is insane. So this bullshit, you know, has to end. These clown people, and they should dress as clowns because they are clown consciously and every aspect of the word. They need to get the strong arm of the law, right? And the only way that's going to happen is if we probably arrest the politicians, right? The politicians are calling for anarchy and violence, and they're allowing cartel members to make these types of an ICE agent. There should be like a massive pushback on that, but there's not. That's very, very concerning. And there will probably have to be an escalation, right? And the escalation will probably be military come in and start to take action. And then the cartels and the sleeper cells and the consciously stupid people, right, that wear frog suits will have to be rounded up and pushed out. And I don't know, probably going to be some bullets flying. And then Miss Unicorn is going to get hit, and it's going to be the ICE officer's fault, but it's probably going to get hit in the back, you know, from the other protesters. So this is really a problem, and it really needs to be addressed very aggressively. Let's stop cleaning up the friggin' world and clean up our own country. Jesus, it's insane. All right. Another thing that is insane is the manipulation that has been going on with real money, right? Real money, and that is silver and gold. So we know that back in the day, we had Nixon in 1972, took us off the gold standard, and that really started to, you know, turn things around. So the manipulation had been going on for, you know, decades and decades up to that point. And then once we went off the gold standard, it really went to another level. So silver and gold, silver more than any time in history, guys, because it's basically a very valuable metal because it's used in the computer chips that run your phone, your computer. It's like in everything. It's in submarine torpedoes. It's in missiles. It's in rockets. It's in satellites. It's in solar panels. I mean, gosh, TVs, on and on and on. So there's not only is it a way to protect your wealth, but it's also massively used industrially on a level that's never been seen before. So the suppression that's been going on the price of silver, and every time we've seen silver take off, whether it be back in the early 80s when the Hunt brothers decided, hey, the feds manipulate the market, let's see what happens when we do it. Well, they got spanked, and then the price of silver went back down. And then 2008, 2009, they basically came in and manipulated the price of silver back down again. This time, their manipulation is not working. So you'll see silver, they'll come in heavy with paper silver, right? Some familiar, fiat. So they'll come in and say, here's a paper contract of silver. Has nothing to back it. In fact, there's like, I think Dr. Kirk was talking on another show that I heard him on. I think it's like 350.8 contracts of paper to one real contract of physical silver. So that's how they manipulate this price down. So they're getting they're getting caught. Right now, silver, if you want to buy it in the exchanges, you're going to pay a premium over the COMEX price, right? The future price. So future price has always been more. Now it's reversed. It's backwardation, as they call it. And you're going to pay $2 to $2.50 more for silver than what the COMEX says, the manipulated COMEX price. So they're getting caught now without actually having the silver. So it's becoming scarce, right? And so when there's scarcity of something that's of value for different reasons, like we're talking about electric cars. I mean, I could go on and on and on and on. So when these companies need that silver and they're like, okay, we paid you a premium for future price. Now we need the physical. So now there's a scramble because they don't have that much, because it hasn't been coming out of the ground for the last several years in the quantity that it's being used above ground, right? So it's all come to a head. So that's why for the last several years I've been saying get into silver. And I remember I think it's like over a year, maybe a couple of years ago, there was a couple. There's been a lot of people, but this one particular couple got into silver. They had a retirement. They had a nice retirement money, couple mil, put it all in silver with Dr. Kirk, and that's more than doubled now, right? So imagine, I mean, some of you, $2 million, that's way more than but whatever your number is, what's a big number for you? Is it 2,000 and it doubles? Is it 10,000 and it gets doubled, right? Just over last year, silver's up 80%. Nothing else touches it, right? And when you look at the crypto's getting destroyed, right? Massive manipulation in crypto. And I'm going to talk about that in a little bit, right? So let's go.